That's right. This part is still in development. Some features may differ in the final version. Well, trust you. There we go. It's on. It's live. I'm live. I'm here. Didn't mean for that to sound like a whisper. Just ignore that. There we go. Now it's a continue, but I didn't really play it. I just want to make sure I can play it because I don't got PlayStation Plus. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, well, I didn't notice that button earlier. Cool. Secondary controls. Oh! I'm not gonna worry about all that. I don't need the tutorial.
Jorge,
Yes.
why did you not tell me
Tell you
that
what.
guy Beaver?
What?
How
Oh!
did you never mention that guy speaks Beaver, bro?
Because I needed you to discover it
That's,
yourself.
that's dope as fuck. Every time, because he just goes, guy speaks Beaver, and it's just like, oh my god, that is the most random shit that's ever happened.
I know. It's hilarious.
That's the best shit, actually. That's awesome. I hope that because that's honestly, I'm not gonna lie, like. When Guy speaks Beaver, that's like literally the first time you ever see him literally do anything. He just kind of stands there otherwise, you know? Because
Yeah,
in my
I don't
head,
know why
like,
watching
so
that.
far, he's just like the musclehead, you know? He's just like the muscle guy. Doesn't talk much. But now he speaks Beaver.
Guy speak beaver. Magical.
Oh my god, that shit was dope. And then my second reaction was, these things are beavers? uh, I just wanted to hop in and say that shit. That shit made me laugh a little hard.
Okay.
Like literally, I literally saw the voice line, "Guy speaks Beaver," and I literally paused, and I was like, I gotta fucking jump in and talk to Jorge right now, bro. They just the Emperor's New Groove just copied this shit. Now I'm just gonna think as Guy. I'm gonna think of Guy as just crunk the whole time.
It's hilarious. I didn't even think of it like that. Yeah. Oops.
Oh my god! I hope there's. Don't tell me because I don't want to be sad if there's not anything else. But I hope there's more funny Guy stuff because that shit was dope. Because honestly, like now I'm kind of looking forward to the funny shit in the other games. Because one didn't have really anything that was like that funny. This shit was just unbelievable. I couldn't believe. And obviously, I know in six you can like suplex the trains, but I'm like, there has to be other shit in the other games that's just so goofy,
It's funny because
and
that's
I
pretty
can't wait to
much
see.
what I know for the sixth one.
That appears to
Yeah,
be
that's
that
all I
of
know
our
about the sixth one is that you can suplex the train.
It seems we've been whisked away to somewhere else again.
But yeah, I'm like,
I can't make sense
now I'm wondering
of
if
this.
there has to be funny shit in the
Let
other
us
games.
continue for
I hope.
now.
Yeah, that Marvel game though, that game looks sick.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, when it said 4v4, I almost cried because I was like, I can't even play one character.
Did you watch the dev talk like right after it?
Oh, of course they did. I saw the whole thing. God damn,
So
man.
it's like
That shit's gonna be.
it's just one big health bar then? 'Cause I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched up until they said like you don't need to learn all four. You just need to learn one character, and then the rest of them could just do assists. Oh crap!
Well, people don't really know what that means yet. Like, I was watching Max, and he's been talking about it like fucking since 2 o'clock still, and like no one really knows what that means because they were saying how you can play all four, or you can play one with 3 assists essentially. But
Yeah,
yeah,
he was thinking of like the ratio system that's in CVS.
yeah. I mean, that's probably what it is. What it probably is no matter what you do, like whether you play all four characters or you play one with 3 assists. I think pretty much all it means is like your team is just gonna have a health pool in general. Like, yeah, like, your whole team's just gonna have one health pool, and it's just whether you choose to swap or not. You know, because it doesn't. You don't have to tag. So that's why I'm wondering if they're kind of implying to you, like, yeah, like you were saying, I guess, like you have one big health bar, and then if you want to tag, you can. It's there in the game to like swap up. To be different characters have different movesets. But I guess if you don't want to tag, you don't have to. It's probably how it's gonna be. Unless it's like a style thing. You know how like in the character select you like pick a style.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's gonna be like that because they said the game like adapts to you is what they said or whatever. So I'm assuming that just means like you can choose to tag or you don't have to tag. I'm probably gonna start off not tagging because 4 characters is a lot. I already know with absolute certainty. Because obviously we don't know what the full roster is, but I already know for sure 2 of my dudes, Doctor Doom and Ghost Rider. I already know for sure. Those are locked in. Those guys are locked in.
Yeah, House of One Ghost
Fuck off, man.
No,
Robbie's my guy.
not this time.
No, see, you didn't even know. You didn't even know. I already know. You didn't even know what Ghost Rider was. You thought it was probably Johnny.
What do you mean, Johnny?
Yeah. See.
I thought it was
Johnny
Nicolas
Blaze.
Cage.
Johnny Blaze.
Yeah. And it's not Johnny. It's Robbie. So fuck off. Robbie Reyes, baby.
I can't really argue that. I don't really know Marvel like that.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's Robbie Reyes. He's like he's the newer Ghost Rider pretty much. But yeah, the way this guy looks is he definitely looks like he's Robbie Reyes. And he has the car. I think Robbie Reyes' whole thing is like when it shows it super briefly, he's like in the car. I'm pretty sure that's Ghost Rider's, that's Robbie Reyes' thing, because he has the car. And then Johnny has the motorcycle. But dude, I can't wait. I hope whenever Summer Games Fest is that Friday, I hope they show the game. I hope they announce more characters. I hope they show like a little bit more.
So when I was
Or
watching
Evo.
I looked away when I showed it was Arctis making it in the beginning. So the whole time I was watching, I was like, "Who made this? Who's making this?"
Oh, bro, it's funny. I was like watching people. I like watched a bunch of people's reactions to it. Of course, the one person I wanted to see his reaction, which was Tasty Steve, of course, hasn't made a video, which pissed me off. I was like, "What the fuck, Tasty Steve? I just wanted to see you pop off." Yeah, but I saw the Arxis logo right away, so I was like, oh shit. And then like literally like the first thing I remember, like I saw the star before the shield came in, and I was immediately like, oh my god. I was like, what the fuck? But I didn't think it was gonna be a tag game. At first I thought it was just gonna be like a 1v1. And then I noticed you can tag. It's hella funny. I remember I was like, oh, it's a 1v1 game. And then I was like, oh shit, it's a 2v2 game. And then I saw a third character pop up, and then I was like, oh, 3v3. And then at the end, it's like 4v4. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like 1v1. I was like, I could play this game. And then 2v2. And I'm like, well, I could learn. And it was like 3v3. And I was like, oh no.
There are too many of them.
And then 4v4.
Without
And I was
reinforcements, we're done
like,
for.
fuck. Yeah. Okay, it's gonna be rough, but I'm actually really excited for it. It looks really cool. Then I was like, damn, I might have to play some Marvel 3 to like practice. Yeah.
Magic.
Do you have Infinite on PC?
Yeah.
Oh, me too. We should play sometime.
Yeah. Do you want to try the big mod that Max made? Or
Oh, yeah,
that he was part of?
Is that fully released? Is that
Yeah,
fully
that's
released
out.
now?
It's.
Oh, okay. I
yeah.
wasn't super. So I remember there were. The last time I heard about it, or last time I really checked up about it, because I haven't been watching Max for a long time. Well, not for a long time, for like a minute, for like 8 months almost. But yeah, last time I checked in on it, it was like in one of its like beta releases, where they were like testing shit.
Yeah, I
So-
watched I seen the announcement when it was out. It was released. So yeah.
Oh well, yeah, I'm just gonna get that shit then. I don't want to play basic MVCI, so fuck that shit. You know what's funny is I bought MVCI for that. When he announced that, I really went on and bought MVCI because I remember like he announced that, and then at some point right after that, the next time MVCI went on sale, I bought it. And then I just been waiting. So yeah, I'll probably get that. I got a question, and I think I'm wrong.
Go on.
Marvel 3 did not get a rollback patch, right?
Nope.
Those yokai in the enemy ranks.
Most people
Okay, just
would.
making sure.
Most people. Would, well, I don't know about most, but I know people parsec it.
Yeah. Because it is ass. It sucks. It has like that ass rollback that's like, even if you like live right next door to each other, it just like fucks
Oh,
up.
that's just like delay based,
No.
isn't it? Or is it something?
Some
else?
delay based isn't that bad, but that one is pretty bad.
I don't know. The only time I ever tried playing Marvel 3 online was
We
back on the
mustn't leave
360.
this be. Let's go.
Oh. Yeah, it's. Hmm.
Radar indicating impending burst.
Well, maybe we'll upgrade internet soon. Because like. Because you know what Parsec? Like, Parsec needs upload speed, you know?
Yeah, and I believe I have a good upload speed because I've been uploading a bunch of shit.
I wonder what yours is. Because mine's like this. Mine's like a standard. I think mine's like 10 or 15 up, which is like not great. That's like the fucking cable company basic shit. We don't have like the basic download speed. Our download speed's like decent. It's not.
More signing
Our download speed's decent, but yeah, our upload like sucks. Like the only way to get like the higher upload is from fucking Comcast is to like pay hella more for one of the premium packages, and I think it gives you like 75 or something like that. But I know if we got Sonic internet, we'd get like a gig down and a gig up or some shit. It's like crazy. You get like hella up. I don't know if it's gig up, but you get like hella up. And then I could just fucking broadcast that shit to you in fucking full everything. Man, maybe we should do it soon. How's it looking? Well, I'm trying to think of what else was at that state of play that was cool. Pragmata made me laugh because it showed up and I forgot. I was like, I forgot about that. Um,
It's like, oh yeah, that game. What?
exactly. I was sad. Ghost of Tsushima 2. I was like, cool. I'm gonna get that for sure, right? But I was hella mad. The one game I wanted to see there was Sorrows, the like Returnal sequel or whatever, the Returnal 2 game.
Yeah.
And they didn't have it there, and I was so sad. I was like, I want to fucking see Sorrows, but hopefully Jeff has it. We'll see, Mr. Keeley. The thing is like, all right, I'm excited for Friday just because I already know Jeff Keeley got his boy Kojima's balls in his mouth, so I already know Death Stranding 2's showing up. I'm hella excited for it.
Someone made a joke of like, it's like we're gonna show all the game presentations inside Death Stranding 2.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, like so I'm excited for Death Stranding 2, but you know what I really want to see, bro? Like,
Most foolish decision.
where's Fable at? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do remember that. You know,
Like, where's the fucking Fable at, bro? I swear that game's gonna get canceled, but I don't want it to. Like, I just want to see it. Like, and I don't even want to like. I don't want them to show it and to be like, it comes out next year. I don't even need that. Just like, give me an actual teaser. Like the teaser before didn't show anything. It just showed random fucking foliage and then said Fable at the end. Like that doesn't tell me shit. Show me like a little snippet, you know? Show me like a little snippet, like a little brief trailer. You could show me a whole CG trailer that actually shows Fable shit, and I'd be happy with that. You know, I'll live with that. But no, I don't think they will. I think that game is like in hell, development hell, sadly.
yeah. Since the state of plays for a long time kind of sucked ass, honestly, I like 2 o'clock. I was like, I'm just gonna walk my dogs, and when I get back, I'll just like skim through it.
Oh, dude, this state of play was kind of a banger.
And then when I came back when they're showing Nioh 3, and I'm like, oh shit.
Dude, I forgot about Nioh 3, bro. They showed off so much shit.
I'm playing the demo right now.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I'm streaming it though.
I saw that you can like style switch in that one, and I was like, damn.
So now you can switch between the samurai and ninja, because for the last 2 games you were just the samurai. Well, the first one you're a samurai, and you had like the guardian spirits, and the second one you're a samurai and you have demon powers. And now you're a samurai and a ninja.
And a ninja, yeah, hell yeah. Ninja! Ah! But,
yeah, there's a limited time demo just for PlayStation.
Bro, you know what's hella weird is the state of play started off showing, Luminous or whatever, you know, like that PSP game? Or Vita game? I can't remember what it was.
I don't know.
But
like I said, I started skimming through it. Like,
oh,
I
it's
did.
not a puzzle game.
Like, I saw the new announcement, and then I went back to the beginning, and then I was just like, I would see the gameplay, and if it didn't interest me, I would just like skip it.
Did you see that new Suda game?
I did.
Romeo's Dead? Is it Dead? Or Romeo's Dead Man? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dead Man. That game was pretty cool.
It did.
I
I
was like,
immediately
alright.
recognized the style.
Oh yeah, I know, me too. That. Oh, they showed us Silent Hill Pay Respects. What they call it?
Silent Hill F.
Or Silent Hills.
It's Silent Hill F, and I was looking at like, I was like, oh, this isn't the one, because I remember they had like 3 Silent Hill games announced, and I couldn't remember if they already released the one that's supposed to be a show.
This is the one with the female protagonist. Head Silent Hill.
This is the one that's actual game.
It actually looks cool.
It did.
Looks good. There's that new Bloodstained game. I'm not really a Bloodstained guy.
I recognize that art style too. I was excited for that one. I like the other one, Ritual of the Night.
There was that Digimon game that I was like, I guess that's cool, but I don't really like the Cyber Sleuth game, so I didn't really care.
Oh, I skipped it because I thought it was the other Digimon game, because there was another one after the Cyber Sleuth ones that was more like visual novel-ish. So I kind of thought the new one they showed was that. If not, then I'm more interested. I like Cyber
I mean, I know
Sleuth.
this one's called like Digimon Story Time Stranger or whatever. I didn't know there was another one after the Cyber Sleuth. Cause I remember there's like Cyber Sleuth 1 and 2.
Yeah, the Hacker's Memory is the second one, and it's a lot better than the first one.
to think.
Oh, yeah. See, I didn't even know there was like a different one after those. So I just saw it and was like, oh, Cyber Sleuth game.
Yeah,
But maybe it's
that
not.
one
Maybe
takes
it's more
place
like
at the
Nioh.
same time as the first one,
Oh, that's weird.
and there's parts of it where like you'll see like scenes of the first game happening from a different perspective. But
Oh,
but because that's not your focus with the other protagonists, like you only like you only see a little bit of it, and then you go back to your own problems.
and then like Final Fantasy Tactics was cool. I was like, oh, I'll probably maybe I'll actually get that on my. I'm happy because I can get that on my Steam Deck, and then I'll play that eventually. So that's gonna be cool. That Baby Steps game, I'm like, finally. I'm
I
like,
saw
I'm
the guy.
probably
I'm
gonna
like,
get that game.
there's like another one's like man, are these games finally being done? Because there's like a couple of them I seen. I'm like, I remember this one. I remember this one. I remember this one. So they're almost done, right?
Safe
Yeah.
journey.
Yeah. The one I didn't know exists. Everyone probably knew this game existed. I didn't know it existed. But that Ninja Gaiden game looks sick.
Oh yeah.
Ragebound.
Uh,
That game looked cool.
I
I was
try-
like, oh yeah, that
I
game
think
looks sick.
I don't remember. I think that might have been a Nintendo Direct.
Oh, okay. I don't think I watched the last Nintendo. I don't think I've been watching Nintendo Directs. Oh no,
Well,
was there a Direct after the Switch 2 one?
no.
Was that one was Ninja Gaiden in the Switch 2 one?
Still Takechi.
I don't remember, but I remember the directs
Sharing
happened so
my
early in the
mom's
morning that by the
childhood
time I
name
got
is
up, it
quite
was
the
already over.
coincidence.
So I just would skim
I have
through
been
them,
Yeah,
tasked
same.
with holding
Same
this
thing happens to
position
me.
until my
which is
Because
role
now what I
the
prefer to do instead of just
one-
watching it live. Because then
Join
it's
him.
like, all right,
Been
I don't
assisting in
want to,
whatever
I don't
way
have to sit there and watch the games that I'm not really interested in anymore.
Metal Gear looked cool. I'm trying to think of what else was there.
Some of the ones,
Dude, that
there's like more that I
that,
skip. Like the
that
Metal Gear one, I skimp, but not because like oh, Metal Gear's like I'm already sold. You don't need to show me anymore.
oh, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna get it regardless. I agree. That Thief VR game actually looked pretty cool. It looked kind of fun. Too bad I don't have a VR2, and I refuse to get a VR2.
At this point, like
Astro
since
Bot got more shit.
you know,
I hadn't played Astro Bot yet, but that shit got more shit, and I'm like, damn.
that was cool to see. I was like, damn, they're still supporting it. Like they're still adding
Oh,
more.
the Astro Bot controller, I saw that shit, and they said it has a twist because they already had an Astro Bot controller.
Yeah,
by,
and now
Super
this new wave of the controller is gonna have something.
Yeah, but what
The
is it gonna
thing,
be?
the thing I wondered,
My coworker was hoping that it has LEDs where the eyes are,
I
so
always,
it can like.
I always thought that's what it was. I always thought like, damn, that's a fancy ass controller because I saw the eyes and honestly if you told me they blinked, I believe it. But if that's what they're gonna do
Yeah,
now, that'd be sick. I wonder how fast that's gonna kill the battery, or if they give it a fatter battery.
we should get a fat ass battery. It's like a hella heavy controller. Don't even have the. That looked cool. Oh, this the new Journey game. That game looked cool.
So that one was Journey.
Well, it's not. It's by the same developer,
Okay.
but it's called like Sword of Is something, Sword of Seas or something like that.
Again, it's like when I saw it, I was like,
Yeah, you keep just flying around with a sword, freaking surfing it up. So I was like, oh, that's sick. I'm gonna get that game.
I like when I played Journey, like when people were still playing it, so there was all the other players with me. That was cool.
Yeah, I got pissed off playing Journey because I played like 75% of the game with like this one guy the whole time, and when we got near the end, he quit. And then I learned afterwards that there was a trophy to play with one guy through the whole story.
I
I got hella mad because I was like, damn, I was close, you asshole.
didn't finish it.
Oh, I'm like looking at a list now. There's so much shit I forgot. Bro, that 007 game made by the Hitman people, that game's probably going to be dope.
Yeah. It
Like
seems
that
like
one's probably
it seems like the
super
premise
cool.
is like it's when he starts. He's starting
Yeah,
as agents.
that's what makes most sense to me. What they call First Light and stuff. It's funny because when I first saw it, I was like, "Oh, Hitman, fuck yeah!" And then they kept talking, and I'm like, this game has like two. Like I was like, the chick who's narrating has like too much personality to be Hitman because Hitman always has that same chick who like doesn't have personality. She's like very monotone. So like,
Hold on. The game just had its fucking Breath of the Wild, the world is open moment.
But I suppose we ought to take a
'Cause they don't-
closer look.
Did you watch the trailer for Neo 3?
I did, I did.
So there's no
I
more
did
level
step one.
select. It's just an open world.
Yeah.
It's cool. I just wonder how the co-op's gonna be. Since the second one, because of that, the level selecting, you were able to just co-op from beginning to end. Like you didn't need an item or
Hmm.
nothing. It was an actual mode you can enable.
Oh, dang.
And it does change the rules of the games a little bit. Like there's this health bar that you both share. It's kind of your lives. So when someone dies, a chunk goes down.
Oh.
The castle town's been completely engulfed. Are the
I
people
wanted to try
inside
that
safe?
co-op, but I think I only got to try it.
Years
Didn't really
devoted
get
to
too
honing
far.
my skills with the blade, only to die without passing them on.
Sword, spears, odachi, and that's all there is for the demo. It's fine. Well, actually, what? Whoa. Okay, I'd rather use the spear. Oh, the stances. I have to unlock the other two stances?
Back.
Okay.
Damn.
Like, I noticed I didn't have them, but I didn't realize there's something I just have to get. Oh, wait, did that just unlock the stance for both of the weapons? I don't have the spear equipped. Oh, okay. The stance is unlocked for all the weapons. Well, this cool open world. I hope they don't have like a collectible, like 1,000 of one collectible that you find behind a rock that a little tree creature gives you. I don't want to do that anymore. It's like co-op. I don't have PlayStation Plus though. Unless it lets me do it for free because it's a demo. Increased damage dealt. Yeah, put on the other one. The one thing I wish I could have changed, honestly, is I don't like the health bar at the bottom of the screen. It's like the last two games, Wolong and the other one I didn't play. Hell yeah. I don't know if I want to actually change that. I kind of want to make. I just want to see like how the equipment weight like affects the ninja. Is it really really bad?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah. It's like it's supposed to be fast. Little cat.
That would be a scampus. A cat-like yokai just like myself. Much more rotund than either. Why don't you go ahead and give it a pet?
I already tried. Tell me the next thing. It's the crux of the game. Oh, it's not inverted. Hold on. It's fine. I just realized I don't get the stances with the ninja. It's just ninjutsus. Which means no stances with Kusarigama.
Yeah, get that shit out of this game. I should select the playing. I never played that one. I can't at all.
I'm noticing more differences. The ninja doesn't have the key pulse, so I don't get like the insta stamina charge. What is
Yeah, I
that?
guess that makes sense. There has to be some like give and take, right?
Yeah.
There has to be a reason why you would play one over the other, I guess.
Holy shit.
I imagine the ninja has like better dashes and shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so
really far.
because you know how those like I mean that games have really like Souls like, but you know like those kind of like action adventure games, like you know how they heavily favor like movement a lot of the times now. You know, so it makes sense. You gotta like nerf them somehow. That kind of sucks. Key pulses is huge, bro. I remember when I was playing the first game, like the first game is like hella hard until you like start kind of like naturally doing those key pulses, you know,
Yeah.
and then it gets a little bit easier because you have more stamina to play with.
And then you start getting these like skills that activate when you do a key pulse.
Yeah.
Now I gotta go find my corpse. I think
I
was
remember one
this
of my
way.
friends playing that game, playing the first Neo when it was like when it was coming out. I think it was the demo when it had that demo before it came out, and he was. I remember he texted me and he was like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Why is there a rhythm game in my Souls game?" And it's funny because I didn't know what he was talking about at first because I didn't. I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he was like, "You know the like stamina thing," and I was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "I know that's just hella hard." Because I'm like, you know, like because I think he was like fighting one of the first demons or whatever that kept putting down its fucking little yokai zone, or whatever. It's putting its oni juice everywhere, and you know you have to like fucking clear it by keep pulsing
Yeah.
and like by perfect keep pulsing or whatever. And he was like, "Bro, it's hella hard to like fight this thing, dodge this thing, and then also keep pulse." And I was like, "I know." I was like, "I know, right?" And then you get to the fucking boss of the fucking ship, and then it was I don't think he ever beat it. And I was telling him too. I was like, "Dude, in the real game, I never beat that game." But I was telling him in the real game, I was like, bro, there's like this. I was like, there's bosses that I fought. I didn't even beat it, but there were bosses that I fought that were definitely harder than that fucking boss of the ship. And he thought that boss was like insanely hard. And I was like, dude, I was telling him like, I was like, at one point you go into these caves and you fight this chick, this like vampirish chick, and I was like, and I thought she was way harder than than that first boss of the ship. And then I thought the Hydra was hella hard until I found out that I didn't like the fire, which is why I got wrecked.
I think he's doing my cinematic camera now.
Hey, brother,
What?
let me. I'm gonna make you promise something real quick.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever you get Night Rain, let me know,
Oh,
please.
okay.
'Cause I know you're not. I know you're probably not gonna get it right away, but I'm sure you're gonna play it eventually. And I'm just saying, like when you play, when you get it eventually, let me know. I'll get it too, so we can play together. Because it is like a 3-person game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So and then we can try to get somebody else, like I mean, most likely Tony, I guess,
I
or
don't.
Chris.
I don't actually know if he's ever played one of those games.
Yeah, yeah. That well, I was saying most likely Tony because PC, but because I don't know if that game's crossplay or not. I doubt it is.
No, it's not.
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
I mean, we can all get it on. I can get it on PlayStation if you want to get it on PlayStation eventually. So I can play with Chris.
He, actually, I kind of do.
Because I already own it on PC from my brother because we like family share. But so I can buy just a PlayStation copy. I'm not tripping. Because I know it's not gonna be right away. It'll be later on. You know when we actually play that shit probably. Actually, I don't even know how much Night Rain costs. How much is
I
it? Is it
think it's
like $45?
$40.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not full price. Not like, well, I guess,
Yeah.
not 60, 70.
What I'm really curious to know about is so obviously this is like a multiplayer game, but that Switch 2 game that From Software is making, that also sounded like it was a multiplayer game. So I'm like, why are you guys making like 2 multiplayer games?
I don't
You
know.
know what I mean? I'm like, why? And honestly, like the reason why I heard Night Rain's pretty well, I've heard very mixed things from Night Rain, and pretty much it sounds like this to me. If you played the Souls games and you like them, then Night Rain's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. But I've also heard from a lot of people who I don't think really played other Souls games, and they played Night Rain and got their ass clapped, and and then they like hate the game. They like it's bullshit, you know. So it's interesting, but
Yeah, roguelike Souls
yeah. So the only thing I know about it is it's like a 3-player game, and I know you pick classes. Like you don't
game. Night Raid
make
is
your
Elden Ring Fortnite. That's a name I haven't seen in a while.
what Fortnite?
No, no, what chat?
Oh,
Braun and Susan, big fan.
oh yeah, bro. I have to amend the statement I made the other night. Final Fantasy 2 Pixel Remaster is dope. I was reading about the original, and I'm like, yeah, that shit would have sucked. Not gonna lie. I was reading about it. It sounds weak as hell.
The
I was
original?
reading about it. Yeah, because so I didn't realize like how much of the shit that they fixed because like Final Fantasy 2 has a lot of versions, and pretty much over all the versions over time they like fixed a lot of stuff. And the Pixel Remaster is like a culmination of a lot of those fixes. Um, I found out that in the original game, say if like in the original game you were like leveling up your magic hella, if you were leveling up your magic, pretty much if you level up one stat, the opposite stat would go down. So if you level up magic hella, your strength goes down. and vice versa. If you like, if you level up your strength hella, then your magic goes down.
Oh, I don't know that.
It's like this.
Do you know if it was like that for the PS1 version or just like the original NES?
I don't know if it was the PS1 version or like the Game Boy version that fixed that, but I know that was like a thing in the original NES version. Um, and then I guess I read in the Pixel remasters, they fixed it too, so you don't have to punch yourself anymore. Because pretty much what they said is like after like every like 10 battles, your health will just go up anyway.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Um.
And I
So
had to
you
sit
can
there and
farm
punch myself.
to make it faster. If you do punch yourself, like you can still do that, but you don't have to do it. You know, like you're not forced to do it now. And then what else is there? There's like another one too that was like important.
I'm just curious to know what they did for the third one.
Yeah, I don't even know. What was the other one? There was something else. Oh, so in the original NES version of Final Fantasy II, you had a limited inventory, and all your key items took up space in that limited inventory.
Oh, I could.
So
I know that one.
yes, you can run out of space. So, but that's not a thing in the Pixel remaster.
I think that was just a thing in the NES. I don't remember if it was like that
Yeah.
for. Well, actually, no, I'll say the fourth one, but then again, I played the PSP version of that one.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so I found a whole Reddit thread about it, and I was reading about it and what changed and what's different and stuff. So after reading the differences, I was like, I understand why people like if you say that you hate Final Fantasy II because you played the NES version, like I completely understand. Like a lot of that stuff sounds just like hella weak, but in the most modern version of the game, being the Pixel remaster, that shit's dope. So, so I still love that game so far because it's awesome. But yeah, the Pixel remaster did fix a lot of the shit that the vanilla version just like had that was just like ass. Yeah, it's like there's even more too. Like, oh, one of them was one of the fixes was so in the original version, the game only knew the game only compared your health and your MP at the start of the battle versus the end. So if you
Oh,
went into
I
the
knew
battle
that.
with 18 MP and then you finished the battle with 16, it was like, okay, well you used MP. But
I think I told
apparently,
you that last time. I said like, as long as you
no,
finish the
you
battle
did.
with
No,
with
but here's what I'm saying. But apparently in the Pixel remaster they fixed that, so the game
so the game.
tracks how much
Okay.
health you've lost. Yeah, so you can like lose health and then heal it back, and the game will still recognize that you lost health that like you like took damage essentially. So you're essentially like not penalized for like healing yourself, is what it sounded like. Um, and I don't know if that was specifically a Pixel remaster fix, or if that was a Game Boy Advance fix, or like a PS1 fix. You know, because pretty much that's what I'm finding out for all these versions of this game is like the NES versions came out, and then like the PS1, and then the Game Boy one,
I can open this.
and then the one we have now. Um, Sometimes a PSP one. You know,
Sure, definitely like
so
answering my questions I've had for the Pixel remasters. That I think when I tried to look for them before, I just never got a straight answer
yeah.
because I
So
was curious.
I couldn't find I couldn't find specifics for Final Fantasy 2 until I went into a Reddit thread where it was pretty much just people getting pissed off. It was a Reddit thread of people being pissed off and people playing the Pixel remaster and saying it's a good game. So they were just like explaining why the Pixel remaster is good versus like they're pretty much explaining why the Pixel remaster is like quote unquote a good game versus like the version that they hate, which is the NES version. You know, and they were pretty much explaining all that. So they pretty much talked about all these like fixes and stuff that the Pixel remaster has, um, which is cool. I'm actually happy about it. I'm like, cool. That's why I wanted to play these versions. Like, I want to play the best version of the game. You know,
And
I don't want
then
to
then
play
there's me.
some.
I want to play the worst version. No, I just want to play the as closest to the
Original.
original as I can get, so that I can
Yeah,
tell
I
all the
feel.
people that complain about the games to shut the hell up.
I mean, that was originally what my intent was too for the Final Fantasy pixel remasters, but I didn't realize that they were like so different, you know? Well, I mean, I don't know if all of them are that different, but I guess like some of the ones that needed attention, they fixed,
Oh
you
my
know?
god, trying to like research into four. It's like which one should I play? And every version has their own fans.
It does. It does. I am just gonna play the pixel remaster version of 4 for sure. I
I just
so
picked
when
the
I
PSP
actually
version
bought
also because like I got it brand new for cheap,
so I
so I
bought the
was happy.
DS version. Well, I have the DS version on Steam, the 3D version. Um, and the reason why I got the 3D one is everyone was like, "Oh, the 3D one is
Harder.
better because it has more content, right? It has like more content and it has like I guess like updated translations, which is a whole can of worms, by the way. Like if you look up like games that have like translation revisions, it's like a huge can of worms because you'll have like 50 different groups explaining why they like one version of the translation better than the other, you know? And it's just like it's like insane. So I try not to think of the translation stuff too much. But but yeah, like I got the 3D one and then
You still
I pretty much was just like, oh, this one has no soul.
what? Uh, what
It's just
I've
so
learned
bad.
about the 3D version of 4 is that it's supposed to be way harder than the original.
Oh, I wasn't that far, but I wasn't having a hard time at least like for the first like 4 hours. But
Like it wasn't supposed to be like your first time playing through 4. You're supposed to have the original and then that one. Kind
that
of.
makes sense.
That's what it sounds
I,
like.
I think I think what the sentiment I kind of agreed with when I was playing it, because that was my first time playing it or trying to play it. I think the sentiment I agreed with was like, it's just not the way I feel like you should experience for a first time. That's what like one of my friends was telling me because he's played through all of them, and
Every
he was
version.
like, "Yeah, no, no, no."
Oh,
Well,
you
he's
mean he
played through
played
all
all
the
the
Final
games, all the
Fantasies.
Final
He
Fantasies?
played all the he's played all the
Okay,
games, except 13. He hasn't played that one, but he's
it's
played
okay.
all and 11.
I
Yeah,
understand.
but he's played like all of them, and he was telling me that he tried to play because 4 was is or I guess is one of his favorites. So I think he tried to play the DS one that has like more content, and he was just like, "Yeah, no." He's like, "I think you should just play the original one anyway." Especially when I told him like when I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be like playing through. I want to try to play through all of them, or at least like for now, like 1 through 6. And then eventually like go to 8 and 9 and stuff. Um, but yeah, he was like, "Yeah, he's like, if you're gonna do that, he's like, don't ever play the 3D one." That's pretty much what he said. He's like, "Yeah, don't ever
Did
play
he say
3D one."
like for both of them, 3 and 4?
He didn't mention anything about the 3D one for 4. We never talked about that one. I didn't. You know what's funny is I didn't know that existed until tonight, and I just saw it on Steam, and it's because I was looking up Final Fantasy Tactics because I was seeing if I could pre-order it on Steam already, and then I saw that there was a 3D version for 3. I didn't even know that existed because
I
we never
bought
talked about
I
3.
bought
He
that on
just told me.
Steam a long, long time ago. But the reason I never played it is because apparently there's a notorious save bug that just deletes your save.
Oh, bro.
That just never got fixed, so I just didn't play it on there. I imported a
I
Japanese copy that still plays in English for the PSP.
I
So,
like the
so I have 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the PSP.
I I think I'm gonna stay away from the the 3D remakes because
I would assume like the biggest change with 3. Well, not assume. I know the biggest change is that your 4 Warriors of Lights are are named characters. Like they're
oh it's
characters. They're not like the first
yeah
game where you name them and then
yeah
they're your team and they're there. The third one actually like they have personalities. They are characters.
that's
You can
interesting.
still name them whatever you want.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm just
remember
gonna
the
stay
original
away
names
from
because
those
I
ones
did not play
because
them on the default. I
I'm playing the
almost
Pixel
never do.
remasters, so I'm just gonna play all the Pixel remasters. The only one I probably won't play actually is I don't know if I'm gonna play the Pixel remaster of 6.
Oh, you want to play like the? Oh, yeah, I think I know one.
Yeah, I might play the P. I think I'm gonna play the PS1 version.
So we get the FMVs.
Pretty much. I just want to see them. I mean, you know, most people would be like, just look them up on YouTube, which is like valid, but
But the
I don't.
experience.
Yeah, exactly right.
I think
I'm an idiot.
it's better to do. It's better to do that than like you beat the game, look it up on YouTube, and you're like, I remember that part.
Yeah, I'm a big old idiot, stupid person, and I like the videos.
Me too.
Um, that's like the best part of playing like a Tales game is when you get to like the fucking the fucking video cutscene. You're like, oh shit, because it's about to be some big shit's about to happen. But yeah, like that one, I probably will do that. I haven't decided if I want to emulate it because I do have my copy that I can just like back up and then emulate. I'll have to look up like if playing it on the PS3 is fine, or if it's like better to emulate it. Like if it has like, because I think I remember hearing that 6 on PS1 had like massive menu slowdowns. Like every time you hit the menu button, it would take hella long. Hella long being not instantaneous. Like it'll take a few seconds.
I can like test it out myself, but playing 5 on the PS1, it is super noticeable. You'll just stare at a black screen for a bit, and then
Yeah,
you see the menu.
that's what I'm saying. So I've heard that. I've heard. Well, when I looked it up back in the day, like 4 years ago, I remember reading somebody was saying
I
that I
gotta
guess if
change
you're on
that.
the PS3, if you're on like the PS3, you can tell the game to like load faster, and then it fixes it, or it's like better. I don't know how better it is. Um, but I was thinking like if I emulated it, it would be on an NVMe, and it would just load faster in general anyway. So maybe that would fix it. But there's also a chance that the what is like a PS1 emulator even called? I don't know what it's called.
There's two.
I don't have, yeah, I
One's
don't know
one's
which one's
like
better.
one's Duck Station, and I forget the
Oh,
other
Duck
one.
Station.
But I know one of them's better if you try to make the game look as good as possible, and the other one just works perfectly fine. I don't.
As like the original. Right.
Yeah, I think Duck
Yeah.
Station is like the graphical one because I just remember watching a video of someone talking about it.
Yeah. So I think Dark Station might be the one I would want to do then.
I
Not
I don't
not to
remember
make the game look
which.
better.
I don't think I used Duck Station. I used a different one to play Persona 2.
Yeah.
Because
Like
it's
I
like
wouldn't
sprites.
use Dark
What are you gonna do to
Station.
make it look better?
No, exactly. Like what I'm hoping that Dark Station can maybe do is force the game to like actually load faster.
I guess
Like
that would
take
be the better
advantage.
thing.
Yeah. To see if that is the case. But I would just look it up before I go and play it. I really wish they had the videos in 6 for the Pixel remasters. I don't know why they didn't just add them, but
Yeah, I know. Like
you know what it also might be too is like um I think like upscaling those like old anime cutscenes is like a massive pain in the ass. Like it's just not really doable. So like you'd have this game and then it would go to like a really shitty looking anime cutscene that's like at like 360p. Maybe that's why. Um, well, I don't know what the consensus of like the fans are. Maybe the fans just don't like them, possibly. You know. Um,
I don't know. My assumption was always like, oh, they wanted to do specifically like the Super Nintendo versions, but then you're telling me that like 2 is
no,
just
yeah,
like
that's not the case. It's
it's
like an
like an amalgamation
amalgamation.
of
Like,
like the better, of pretty much just like a bunch of quality of life stuff and other things that
yeah,
make it a better
pretty much.
experience overall. God damn it, can I fast travel? Or no, I didn't even find a
Again, like
machine.
I don't know. I'm sure it's on a game by game basis. Like I don't know how much they like fixed the other ones. Maybe the other ones didn't have as much to fix. You know, like probably like bugs, but like Final Fantasy 2, I guess, is the first one that I found out that actually had like gameplay changes. You know what I mean? Like they like, and not just like speed up, not just like speed up and then like encounter on and off because all of them have that, but like it actually like changed the way the game actually played, like functioned. Um, because the original version was so ass. So like I'm kind of curious when I go to play three. I'm probably gonna look up a list. 'Cause I want to know like gameplay wise if they changed anything or if they pretty much just left it how it was.
I assume that version of the game doesn't have the job fatigue. I hate that
I
mechanic
don't know.
because it just felt pointless. It's like you have a penalty for changing jobs, but then you can also just go do some really easy fights to get over it.
Oh yeah, that does sound pointless then, because then yeah, you just
Because it's just how many battles you have to finish a set number of battles, and then the penalty's gone, and that's it. I think the penalty is like your stats are pretty much set as if the job was at level 1. I wonder. Nope. Oh, this. Cool. Alright, what the fuck?
yeah. Like at this point, I just want to play the Final. I'm just playing the Final Fantasies for like the story. So if like the Pixel remasters are like a definitive way to like play them for the story now, then I'm fine with it. I do kind of agree with what you were saying though. Like you want to play like the original version so you can like actually like talk about it. Um, I normally care about that too. Like I normally like to do that too, but this is like the one case where I'm like, you know what? Like
You
I
said only
I really just kind of want the story.
the only ones I'm not doing that with are like not, there's some cases where I don't, like the Dragon Quest games. I did not play the original version of the first game and I don't want to, but I did beat the first game.
I'm waiting for that remaster to come out or remake, whatever it
It's a good
is.
thing the first game isn't on its own because that game is super short.
Oh, is that why one and two are together?
The first game is just you don't have a party. You're just one guy the whole time.
Oh, okay. I was actually really confused when I was looking them up because I knew that they were redoing one, two, and three. I didn't realize that three came out first and then one and two were after. I was like,
But
oh,
like, yes, story wise,
oh, is that how the story goes? Like
yeah. So
story wise,
the
the third one takes place first.
so yeah, the first and second character or the first and second game, the protagonists are descendants of the protagonists of the third game. So the third game is a prequel. It's when he became
Oh,
the
so that's why they released it
so
that
he's
way.
the first luminary.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay, I get it. Dang, now I don't know if I want to play, like, if I go to try to play them, now I don't know if I want to start with the first game, because I like order of release,
I mean
that kind of
that
guy.
I'd still would say do it like that because I don't know if the third game tells you straight up that's what you are. Like maybe there was supposed to be a point in the story where you find out you're the first one.
The closer we get,
After playing
the
3
more
games.
oppressive the
Yeah.
air becomes.
I mean, well, now I already
It
know
must
that
be that
fact, so it's, like, not going to
strange
be a
creatures we
It's not
big
gonna be
revelation,
surprising,
but,
yeah.
This is
Yeah, they
yeah,
straight up
but
just
the thing,
they straight up said it when they announced the game.
oh, yeah.
So that was the
Yeah,
devs that
see,
said it, not the
no,
fans.
I know. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'm always an order of release guy, so I still think I want to play one and two first, and then go back and play three, and then play three.
is to kill this
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that because I just convinced myself in my brain. I'm like, that's like someone telling me to play Metal Gear Solid 3 and then play 1 and 2, and I would refuse.
For me, mine was just people telling you to play Yakuza 0 first.
Oh my god, dude. Everyone, and I'm not even a Yakuza guy, you know, but everyone says that shit. And I'm like, why don't you guys just play it in the order it came out in? Like,
I know that Kiwami release was after, but it's still the first game.
yeah, well, my whole thing is I was like, you know, I feel like the reason why people loved Yakuza 0 when it came out was because it, like, gave more insight to the characters, right?
That
Like,
was the
at
point.
that.
It's supposed to be Kiryu Majima before they had their titles, before the
Exactly.
Dragon of Dojima, before the Mad
Exactly. So
Dog.
I'm saying like I feel like the reason why games like that are good is because you played the series or you played a lot of the series and then you go back and it like reveals more, right? That's why it's so good.
Nah,
But if you play that first, then it kind of ruins that aspect of it, right?
yeah.
Like,
What the?
you know, that's why I feel like it's like better to play it first and then you get that shit. Like that, and I feel the same way about Metal Gear 3. Like I hate when people say to play that one first. It's like fuck you. Like I think it's way cooler when you're like Big Boss is like some fucking evil guy you're like against, and he's like it's all this weird shit, and then it like shows you how like his origin essentially. You know, like I feel like that is more like Kojima did it that way on purpose. You know, like
I say like look at the second game too, where
bro,
like
and the one
you're only Snake for the beginning.
and this one, bro. This one is for so Metal Gear. Well, Metal Gear 3 does play better,
There's
but
also
that one
that.
is
There's
like
also like
I,
if the
I would
game
say
ends
that
up
one's
being
like
a
a
prequel, then but it plays similar to the last two games, but the gameplay itself is an evolution of the last one.
yeah, so it's that, but I would say I would argue that Metal Gear 3 for me is more the fact that like it's more on story shit, on some story shit. But the one I think about where I'm like, you cannot play that one first is Devil May Cry. Like if you're gonna play the Devil May Cry games, you cannot start with 3. Like if you start with 3, it completely
Oh
ruins
fuck! Oh
1
fuck!
and 2.
Oh, okay. For sure.
Like you have to start at 1. You gotta start. It's like great because you start at 1 and 1's good and it will get you hooked, and then you kind of
God
like
damn it! I counted this monster.
you just thug it out for 2, right? And the reason why you thug
Yeah,
it out
you can do it easy because you can just mash the guns. They don't carry you.
exactly, and the reason why you thug it out for 2 is because you know 3's afterwards, right? And you
Yeah.
know 3's a good. So then you get to 3, and then 4's pretty good. Halfway for half the game, it's pretty decent. Um,
Which half?
well, because then you just do the half again, you know. So
Oh, okay.
you
I gotcha.
you, you just hit the rewind, you know. Hit
Really
that Will
do.
Smith. It's rewind time, you know. And then you go back.
That's
Um,
how.
and then
Wait.
five's pretty decent. Five's pretty good too because you get so many characters to play as in the basic story. Alright, five's just a big climax. So it's pretty fun. Yeah, I hate that shit, man. I don't. I think that's my as a person who likes video games, that's like my biggest pet peeve are the people who are like play the prequel first. It's like fuck you.
Yeah, I only do that for like movies. For like games, I can't do that.
What?
I think you might have said something you shouldn't.
Well, like if certain movies are like, oh, like they'll tend to do prequels. Like it doesn't make sense, or like it makes more sense you watch prequels than I will. This is very specific movies, not all of them. Let me preference that. But I can't do that with video games. I want to play like the
It's
very first one.
always order of release because when they made the thing, their vision of the storytelling is how it happened, is order of release. Like watching prequels first doesn't make any sense because you watch a prequel and it doesn't hit at all ever as good as it does as if you watch the original thing first because you're supposed to have that context when you watch the prequel.
Yeah.
It's fucking
There's a reason
exactly.
why it's called a prequel because it's a sequel, meaning you're supposed to watch it after the first movie, but it takes place before the first movie.
Yeah. Nah.
Luckily, there's like not too many movies where that's like really the case. Pretty much like Star Wars is the first one that comes to mind.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even have any comments to be honest. Because I was like, when I first watched Star Wars, I watched like actual episode 1 through 3, and then watched the older ones.
I didn't know that 456 was first.
Yeah, I mean, like this is when we're like what 1, 2, and 3 came out when we were kids, so we had no like preferences.
That's hella funny that you say that because I remember as a kid seeing 456 on TV and then immediately having the thought like these ones had to have come out first because it looks old. I mean, it looks old as hell. Like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, so it threw me off too. But I mean, like literally, my first movie of Star Wars was 1, and then 2 and 3. Like I didn't even know about like the
What
others
the heck?
until like my dad showed me, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I definitely saw A New Hope first. That was ever the first one I saw.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. I guess that's what like now that I think about it, yeah, because when I think of like, oh, when I watch prequels first, I think of Star Wars, and I'm like, well, that actually is different because I watched as a kid. I feel like if I watch other
Oh,
films now, like the whole thing over, I'm here like, yeah, maybe I should have just watched 1 through whatever.
But yeah, anybody who plays video games in like chronological order in that order of release
dude,
they're
the
just a
pirate.
psychopath and they're just wrong.
All right, actually, here's a question to you: have you watched Berserk?
I made it this far only
No,
for the medicine to be
Okay, never mind.
stolen. I spent
I don't know anything about this.
I have to get it
Because
back.
I
Are
haven't
are you
either,
are you
but
gonna talk about
everybody.
are you gonna talk about the Golden Age arc or whatever the fuck it is? That's like a doesn't one of the arcs like doesn't it start at one point and then one of the arcs goes back in time to like show what happened?
Yeah, like
They're
I haven't seen too much myself, but I remember somebody who was like a die-hard like Berserk fan was like, no, you need to watch 2 movies, this side series, and then start watching the actual like whole series. And I was
What the
like,
fuck?
what? I was like, why do I have to do these other 3
Talents.
fucking steps before I actually watch the
Why don't I
standard
have
like
these yet?
anime?
it's like on some
Like,
weird shit.
yeah, so that's what I mean. Because they were like, you watch it from the very beginning, you're not gonna get everything, and I'm here like, then what the fuck was the point of having a beginning then? Like, would it matter?
Well, so what annoys me is like people have this like thirst where they're like, I have to know everything that's happening at one time. It's like things can be mysterious. It's fine. Like you can play a story and not have to know what everything is, right? Like especially if there's going to be more. Like if there's going to be more content about that story, it's fine for it to be vague because they can reveal it later, right? It's fine to have mysteries. You don't need to know everything as you're going through it, right? And that's kind of my whole thing with Metal Gear, right? Like when you play Metal Gear and Metal Gear Solid, there are things that are supposed to be mysterious. You're not supposed to fully understand these characters and understand everything, right? That's the reason why you do not play 3 Peace Walker and 5, right? Like, you don't play those first and then go to Metal Gear 1, Metal Gear 2, and then Metal Gear Solid, and then 2, and then 4, right? Like you don't go in that you don't view the story in that way because it's supposed to be mysterious. You're not supposed to understand, you know?
Yeah.
as you go on, as the series goes on, they reveal more about Big Boss's like story to you, right? So
Yeah,
you kind of start to understand a little bit more.
that's why I
But
don't
you're not
really.
supposed to understand that.
That's why I don't really hear like most people's recommendations on like games when they say they should start from this. Because I like to wonder. I like to be like, oh, what is like I like to hypothesize the story. I've watched the answer first and be like, oh, it's from that.
And like my friend tried to make this argument to me because his friend told him to play it like three Peace Walker 5, and then like Metal Gear 1, 2, Solid 1, 2, and then 4. And his friend told him that, and I told him the opposite. I was like, because he asked his friend, and then he asked me like, "Hey, you like Metal Gear? What order should I play them in?" And I was like, "Order of release," right? And then he's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, but my friend said this," and I'm like, "Your friend's a fucking idiot," you know? And then I started like talking to him about it, but I was like, "Yeah, dude," I was like, because he was like, "Well, my friend said like if you play like 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 three Peace Walker and 5, like explain like Big Boss and all that stuff, so you understand his intentions and all this stuff when you go through the games and play them." And I'm like, "You're not supposed to understand
A
his intentions."
kodama.
I'm like, "You're not
Is
supposed
it
to." I was like,
lost?
"When you're playing like 1 and
Perhaps
2,
it's
like you're
been
not supposed to
separated from
know
its
all this extra
companions.
shit, all this extra lore about Big Boss, you know? Like he's just some like mythical super soldier. No, he's not a super soldier, but you know, he's like some mythical soldier, perfect soldier. You're not supposed to know all this like extra backstory about him, you know? And that's why when those games happen, right? When 3 came out, when Peace Walker comes out, when 5 comes out, that's why those are important, because they're filling in puzzle pieces. You know, they're filling in
Over there, yeah.
pieces of the puzzle that you didn't know beforehand, you know? And like that's part of the storytelling, you know? You're not supposed to know everything. And it pissed me off because the same friend also asked me about Devil May Cry, right? He was like, "What order should I play them in?" And I was like, "Order of release," like always. I always say that. And
Yeah.
same thing happened. His friend told him to play 3 first because it was the prequel. It took place for it was the first one in the story.
No.
So it's annoying because my friend told me, he's like, "Yeah," he's like, "You know more about these games than my friend does, so I'll probably listen to your opinion." And guess what? He didn't do. He didn't
Didn't
listen to my
listen.
opinion. He
No.
played 3 first. Yeah,
Uh,
he went and did what his friend told him to, and he played 3 first. And guess what? He doesn't like 1. He hates. He doesn't like 1 because he thinks it feels too old, and then he doesn't like 2. Right? Which I understand. You wouldn't like 2. That's fine. But the
yeah.
fact that he said 1 feels too old, I'm like, that's exactly the problem. And I was like,
Yeah.
you played like out of the original trilogy, you played the most modern one first. So then you're gonna go back to the first game that has fixed camera angles, and it's gonna feel all fucked. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. You just ruined it for yourself now.
Exactly. And I was like, dude, I was like, why did you do that? You know, like,
So that's something I didn't even
and
think
it's
of.
annoying too. Shit, I'm like, you know, when you play the first game, like, when you play the first game and you see Neo Angelo and like all this stuff, like, you're not really explicitly supposed to know that that was his brother. You know,
You don't really have
like,
the hint
Yeah.
until the last fight when you get that anyway.
exactly,
Yeah.
And
right?
even then,
Like,
it's
it's all
like,
the
oh, okay, they have the same amulet, so who the fuck
you're like,
was this
huh?
guy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Who is this guy? And then you get to the third game, which then reveals that, right? You now understand that's who Neil Angelo is. He's my brother Virgil, you know? So, like, but it's annoying because I'm like, you're not supposed to really know that. So, the fact that you played the first game first, and then you go, or you play the third game first, then you go to the first game, like, it kind of ruins that whole little thing. Like, it, it's just stupid. And then one of my friend tried to make the argument where he was like, well, for Metal Gear Solid, he's like, well, the reason why I want to play 3, the prequels first, is because the story in Metal Gear Solid comes really complicated, so I don't want to get confused. And I'm like, you're not an idiot. You will not get confused. I was like, I was telling him he's played Kingdom Hearts, right? I'm like,
Oh,
you played Kingdom Hearts. No,
the fact that the comparison,
no.
like, come on.
I was like, you played Kingdom Hearts, right? He was like, yes. I was like, you basically understand the story of Kingdom Hearts as you play through all the games, right? And he was like, yes. And I was like, if you explain Kingdom Hearts to somebody, it's incredibly hard to explain the story to them, right? He was like, yes. And I was like, that's exactly how Metal Gear is. I was like, Metal Gear's story is not that overcomplicated as you play the games because you're like learning all this information in digestible chunks. It's not that bad. And I was like, but when you go back and tell the story to somebody, then it's insanely hard, right? And I was like, and part of the reason that makes this is my thing with Kingdom Hearts and with Metal Gear. What makes the story so hard to reciprocate to somebody is the fact that there's so many characters who are based off the same character or have the same name, right? Um, like in Kingdom Hearts, trying to reciprocate to somebody that there's like freaking like 5 different Xehanorts and explain to them why they're different and why they show up at different times and why they have different names and why one Xehanort looks like a different character, Terra, right? Like trying to explain all of that is insanely confusing when you're trying to tell somebody in like an hour. You're trying to explain to them the story, right? Very confusing. Because they all have the same names. So you say Xehanort, and they're like, wait, which Xehanort? And you're like, this one, duh, you know? Or you'll be like, oh, this Xehanort's name is Ansem, right? And then, but he's not the good Ansem. He's the bad Ansem because this Xehanort took his name Ansem. Why? I don't know, he's an asshole. You know? Like, it's stuff like that, right? That's like hella hard to explain. And why, right? Why does Ansem why does bad Ansem / Xehanort look the way he does, right? And he looks that way because it's so stupid, right? So you have bad Ansem and you have Xemnas, right? They are like each a half of a coin, right? They're both different sides of a coin, right? Because that's what happens in Kingdom Hearts, right?
Yeah.
What you get a Heartless, you get a Nobody, right? So they're both the same, but they don't look like Xehanort, right? The OG Xehanort, they don't look like Xehanort. Why do they not look like Xehanort? Because at some point, Xehanort took Terra's body. So now Xehanort is in Terra's body, and then when that Xehanort in Terra's body splits and turns into a Heartless, then you get God Anthem and Xemnas. But they're all Xehanort. You know what I mean? Like, so stupid. And then there's young Xehanort, you know? And like there's all this shit, right? It's insanely hard to explain the story because like the villain is always fucking Xehanort, just different versions of him, right? And trying to explain to somebody and have them understand and comprehend all these different versions of Xehanort when you're trying to explain to them in like 45 minutes to an hour is like really hard. It's like it's understandably confusing, right?
Yeah.
But if you want to play all the games, right, it's not that bad because you play the games and you spend like on average, what's your average playthrough of like all the games? Like 40 hours, right, or whatever. Let's just say like
I don't really think it's 40. If it's just casual, I don't think the game's
well,
not that
I
hard.
don't know. I always completionist run, so it takes longer.
Yeah,
But
and we also like play on proud.
that's true. All right, let's just say, what would you say then? Like 25, 30?
That sounds about right. I think. I
Okay,
believe.
so you play every game for 25 hours, right? Like, give or take. That's a lot of time to absorb the information and then move on, right? Per game. So, like, it doesn't seem that bad. You're not being flooded with information that bad.
Think
but when
about
you try
how
to
much of the information is just like the story that's only in the worlds that you're in.
Exactly. And, like, but I'm talking about like an overarching story, right? It's not that hard to comprehend as you play through the whole series, right? But trying to sum up like fucking 8 games of a series to a person in like 45 minutes or an hour in like a reasonable time is insanely hard, and it's already hard, and it's even harder when you consider the fact that all the characters have the fucking same name or they're based off the same character and trying to explain how they're based off the same character, right? And Metal Gear runs into the same problem because Metal Gear runs into the same issue because you have Naked Snake, right? who looks like the other snakes because the other snakes are based off of Naked Snake, right? Naked Snake's name is Jack. Guess whose name is Jack too? Oh, Raiden's name is also Jack, right? So then you run into that, and it's like, okay, who's Solid and Liquid? You're like, oh, that's fucking fuck, what's his name? I can't remember their names. Isn't it like David and something else?
Adam and David.
What was the first one? What's
Adam.
Liquid name?
Adam.
Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you have like Adam and David, right? And then you have Solid as Snake, which is like the perfect one, kinda. Pretty much the perfectest one. But like, so you gotta then explain that, right? Where it's like the boy, like Naked Snake's the OG. He lost his eye for real, right?
Yeah.
He's a perfect soldier. They wanted to clone him, so they did some weird half-clone genetic, like genome splicing bullshit to then make two twin sons, right? One got all the bad genes, and then one got all the quote-unquote perfect genes.
Wait, I don't
one who got all the
remember.
bad
Did you
genes
beat the
is
first one?
Solid
With
Snake.
their blessing.
Me?
Yeah.
No, because
Okay.
my PS2 stopped working.
Oh.
But I have a PS3, so I can just. Well, oh yeah, that's why I didn't play. Why I didn't keep playing. My PS2 stopped working, and yeah, I can't plug in my memory cards to the PS3, so I'll have to start over.
How far'd you get?
I was pretty far. I already fought Psycho Mantis.
That is pretty far into the game.
Yeah.
When he starts reading your memory card, but as
Yeah,
long as
I
you
already
played a
did all- I
Konami
already-
game, which I didn't.
I already did that. Yeah, I didn't either. That's the only Konami game I have on there. But yeah, so I already did that fight. I think I'm like a little bit of right after that, pretty much. But I'm like at the end of the game, damn near, And then I put my PlayStation away for a bit, and then when I brought it back out again, it didn't work anymore. The laser wouldn't read it anymore. But it's just like trying to explain to someone Metal Gear Solid is like really hard because a lot of the characters have the same names, there's cloning shit, so you're trying to explain all these details. And again, it's hard to explain because it's like 8 games worth of content that you're trying to explain to somebody in like an hour.
Yeah.
So it's like that's why those games are quote unquote confusing, but they're not confusing if you play it. Like if you
No,
play
I
it, you'll
targeted the wrong
understand.
guy.
Like it's like we're grown ass adults. If you played this game, you would understand.
Yeah.
Yup. I forgot I have the little. I can summon a demon. I think.
I like in my head, I'm like, bro, it's like me telling you 4, 5, 6, and then telling you that 1, 2, 3 come actually before 4, 5, 6, and you're like, what? No way. How was I supposed to know that? Like, it's like, dude, it's not that hard. Like you have 4, 5, and 6, and you put them in order, and then when it's like, hey, now they give you 1, and you're like, well, 1's before 4, 5, 6. So let me just stick it right here. It's like not that hard. It just fills in the gaps as you go. And I was telling him, like, it doesn't fill in gaps like in this game. Like in the game itself that you're playing, you're not gonna have questions. You understand what's happening in the game itself, but the games obviously have an overarching story through the whole thing, and it's in that shit, like in the lore and the extra shit, where you're gonna have question marks, right? But the games will fill that out as you play them. I was like, there's like not a point where you're gonna be playing like Metal Gear Solid 1 and then be like, I don't know what the villain's doing, and the reason why I don't know what the villain is doing is because I didn't play Peace Walker, like that doesn't happen. Like,
Yeah.
you'll be fine. my friend, which is so funny because I'm not like a Persona guy, but he was even asking me what Persona he should start with, and I was like, well, if you want
That's
to play like the newer Personas, I was like, it's probably just because
that's
like
a
he
that's
was
like a
talking about
situation where like all the
he was
entries
talking
just
about
don't
three
even
four
connect,
five.
so you whatever.
Yeah, he was talking about 345, and I was just like, I don't know. I was like, it doesn't really matter. But I was like, I feel like in general, if you don't care which one, like, if you don't have one that you really want to start with over another, right? Like, if you're like, I really want to play five, then play five, right? But if you don't know and you're asking, and I'm like, it's probably just better just to play the earliest one because if you like it, then you can go and play the newer ones, right? Um, you won't have this weird like, especially because this is after the Devil May Cry shit happened. So I'm like, well, it's probably better to play the early one first because if you play like five, you're probably going to go back. If you go back to three, you're probably just going to hate it because you're going to think it's old, you know? So it's like, it might be better to play three first, and that's like your first impression of it, and then go to four or five. But he didn't do that. He played five first, and then he went to four, and he hated it.
Fuck's sakes.
And, well, so the one part I agreed with him with, well, because you know I don't like fucking Persona 4, but like he was like I didn't like the vibe of 4, and I was like I'm feeling you, you know. I was like I agree. I don't like the poppy shit. I don't like that it's hella poppy. Just yeah, I don't know. I like that like 3 and from the very beginning I played a 5, and like the halfway I got in 3 or whatever. Like I was like I like that those ones are like kind of a little bit darker.
Something strange about.
I was like 4 is really weird because it's like there's the story's like dark, right? Sure. The story like there's like dark shit in the story, but the game tries to mask it with like poppy. We're having a good old time. Da, 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 da. You know? Like it's like really weird. I don't know. But yeah, he hated 4, and then he was like, "Oh, the gameplay just felt hella old too," and I was like, "What?" I
Well,
was like,
what the fuck?
"That's what I
That doesn't really.
said."
I
I was
think that
like,
doesn't really make any sense when it's a JRPG or just
"It doesn't make
that's
any sense." I was like, "Bro, that's what I said to him." I was like, "What are you talking about? It's still
you're just
turn-based."
complaining about the graphics then.
I was like, bro, it's still turn-based. Like, what are you talking about? And he was like, well, in Persona 5, you can, like, do the stealth stuff and do all this stuff. But he's like, but in Persona 4, you just, like, walk around the dungeon and just slap shadows. And I was like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, you literally could have, like, it was so funny to me, honestly. Like, well, not in the moment, but in retrospect, it's so funny. Because I was like, you could have complained about literally anything about Persona 4, and I would have been right with you, you know? But I was like, but in this instance, being like, yo, the combat system in Persona 4 is just like so old and shitty compared to 5. I'm like, bro, it's not really. Like, they're pretty much the same. You know?
Really, they just
Like,
changed all they
the
do for like the
presentation
games is they
different.
change what elements you have available in the game.
Yeah, but I was like, bro, I was like, what? So that just made me like, I'm just like, bro, all right, you just like, I mean, now I just understand. I'm like, you're just a guy who can't play old games, essentially, at this point. Like, that's
Oh,
all that's pretty much been confirmed to me. I'm like, you just can't play old games because you're just gonna complain that they're like, because a game feels old, you're gonna be like, it feels bad. And I was trying to explain to him one time, I'm like, a game feeling old does not equal bad. You know, like a
Yeah.
game can be old, but still play fine. You know, and still be fine.
ooh,
Yeah, I was like, damn, like what the fuck. Last time I talked to him, he was talking about that he's gonna start playing 3 because they came out with the reloaded one. So he was like gonna
Is that
try.
your voice
He's gonna play
coming
that
from?
one.
I must be hearing things.
Which is like, all right. Oh, Tails is another one. He asked me what Tails game because I was the only person he knew who played one, and he was like, "Which one should I start with?" And I was like, "Yo," I was like, "Tales of the Abyss or Tales of Exilia," because those were the two I had played at the time. and Zestiria, and I was like, those two are dope. You can start with those two, or you can start with Symphonia. Everyone says Symphonia is like the best one, so you can play that one too. You know, I haven't played it yet, but everyone says that one's great, so I'm sure it's great, right? There's like Vesperia, I always hear is solid too. So I was like, those four, like any of those four is fine. And I was like, and the only thing I said, I was like, don't play Zestiria because it's ass. You know, it sucks. And then I was like, and he was like, what about Vesperia? And I was like, I don't really care about Vesperia because the combat changed, and I wasn't really a fan. I was like, I'm not a fan of the combat change, and it's like setting-wise, it's the same setting as fucking Zestiria. So I don't care. Because I just didn't like that setting. Thought it was really basic and whatever. But yeah, he played for Syria first. Pretty much, I've noticed, which is pretty funny, is he'll ask like one of his homies which one he should do, and then he'll ask me, and then he'll always just go with whatever his homie said. He'll be like, yeah,
That's annoying. It's like,
yeah. It's like, just don't ask. Like,
yeah.
you're not gonna listen to me.
I wonder
That's
if
what
he's.
I'm saying.
I wonder if he's just like he'll ask his friend, he'll ask you, and then he'll tell his friend what you said, and be like, "Don't listen to him."
Probably.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Because I know he talked. Well, not anymore. But he talked to his friend more than he did me, and that's just because he's not friends with that dude anymore. I guess because like I don't know, some shit happened. But
Give the wrong advice.
Yeah.
no, it was like some other. It was like some other shit. It was like some other drama in his friend group. Not between him and that friend, but it was like with somebody else. And then that I guess his other friend was like, yeah, I'm gonna stick with our other friend. So his friend sided with the other person, and it just made it really awkward to hang out with them. So it just like was like, all right, it's like a fuck situation. Or it sounded fucked or whatever. It's like whatever, but. Oh shit. Oh.
I can't really believe if in the game where that says it's too old,
Yeah, no.
or if it feels too old.
If you say that, then you're not really a real gamer. You're a Call of Duty kid. Fuck yourself.
I knew one of those kids when I worked at UPS.
Yeah, I knew something.
He was like, he was also the same person I argued with. Of like, he says if you have 300 frames, you have a huge advantage in Call of Duty. I'm like, what the fuck are you? What? Like, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. He's like, it is how it works.
Well, he's not wrong. Well, he's wrong, but he's not wrong. You do have an advantage having higher frame rate than somebody. That is an advantage, but it's not like a huge advantage.
He made it sound like it was.
No, it's maybe like 15%. It depends on what the other person's on. But like, say if somebody's on 120 versus somebody who's on like 360, like it's not that big of a difference, you know? Like maybe 10%. You know what I mean? Probably less. It's not that big. As somebody who played as someone who's played like in 30 and then went to 60 and then went to 120, then went to 144, and then now I'm in 300.
What the fuck?
Like,
Christ.
You really just like climbed up.
yeah. Well, I mean, we all did because all the games were in fucking 30 frames before. Like I mainly played like a shit ton of PS2 and like Nintendo 64. Like they were all like 30 frames and shit and less. So like. We did that, and then eventually it was
Except for, like,
became
a few
more.
times you played those games that had some magic casted on it that played at 60 somehow.
Yeah, exactly. And so like most of them weren't. And then remember, like we all were playing games on the 360, and I don't think any of those early Call of Duties were in 60 frames, so they were all 30 frames. And then you get to the later Call of Duties at 60, and then now the modern ones on console will support like a high FPS mode, typically like a 120. But we just got that, essentially, you know? Or like the console just got to that. And then obviously now I have like my stupid computer. And I have a monitor that can actually go higher than 165. So I do get 360 now. But like, does the game look a lot smoother? Yes. Is it nice? Yes. Is it that big of an advantage versus somebody who's on 120? No. It's not like it is an advantage, but it's not that big of an advantage. It's just more clarity, you know? You have more clarity, but you still gotta fucking aim the damn thing. Like, I would say that like I would say having a lower ping is like more important than having like over 200 frames, you know? To me personally. Yeah. Yeah. Like, again, if you, I just want to say, it depends on what the range is, right? Like, if you were at 60 frames and I was at 300 frames, I'm going to shit on you all day. Because there's a big difference there, right? Like,
Right.
I mean, you fucking played game. You like you all y'all play games. You know, when you go from 60 to 120, it's like a big difference.
I guess
Like,
the
it's
only
like a
games I
action-
really bother doing that is with shooters.
Yeah.
Exactly.
When I
And that's
play
what
like
he's
an action
talking
game, like
about.
Nioh 2 had 120 and I did beat it like that, but I don't really. I dropped it at 60 just to look like I didn't. Fuck, it's the same shit. Me.
It's not the same shit, but for
For
shooters,
me, I
is like
said.
what? Yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't hear that part. But yeah, like he's talking about a shooter, and like a shooter, like
The
dude,
shooter is
60
like
and
is the one
120
I
is a big
get.
difference. Yeah, it's a big difference. So like when you go from, but to be honest, again, like everyone always says this, and it's true. With frame rate, it's like a diminishing return. Like 30 to 60 is like a massive improvement, and then 60 to 120 is a good improvement. But then like 120 to 144 is like a slight improvement, and then 144 to like 200 and above is like a very small improvement. Because like
I guess a better example I should
you
have used is
don't,
like the people that want to play Devil May Cry 5 at 300 frames and like don't really see the point of that one.
yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's really necessary. Like for me,
Oh, I've been this way before.
like what it is for me is when I say I want to play a game in high frame rate, like I want to play if it's a single player game. If I'm playing a single player game and I want to play it in a high frame rate, I want it to be over 120. And the reason why I want it to be over 120 is because a game is not going to sit at 120 perfectly the whole time, right? It'll dip every now and then. And when it dips, you'll like perceive that as like stutters, right? Like you'll see it. That's the thing, is like if a game's holding a solid frame rate, it's not that bad, right? But it's when the game is constantly fluctuating, you'll see those drops, right? And you'll see those drops as like, and they'll come in as like weird stutters and shit, right? So the reason why you want like high frame rate is so that pretty much doesn't affect you at all, right? Like if you have a hella high frame rate, when it does dip and do that shit, you won't be able to perceive it. So it's like not bad. It's fine.
Oh,
Um,
it's a new shrine.
that's why like when I play games, like if I can get them above 120, I'm happy. Like if I can get them around like 133 or whatever, I'm happy. Because if it dips, it's probably not going to dip lower than 120, which is nice. And then it kind of, the whole game feels consistent and smooth. But there's some games where you don't need that fast like Twitch reaction. Like I don't need to be able to see you and react in like fucking 8 frames. Um, because I'm playing Red Dead and I'm just riding my horse
Oh.
around half the time, shooting at like beavers. So like, then it doesn't matter, right? Then it's like, well,
Better hope those
as
beavers don't
long
tell Guy.
I know, right? So it's not that bad as long as the game runs like at a smooth. As long as the game runs smooth, which for me, a game running smooth is like above 100 frames. If it's like I can't play games at 60 frames anymore on PC because I can see it. It sucks. I can like it looks so crusty because I'm so used to seeing like high frame rate.
It's the funniest way I've heard anyone describe it.
Yeah.
Crusty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's how it is. It like it's hard to explain, but like
I feel like if I was exposed to any higher frames, I could probably see it.
yeah, you would. It's like oh, this is gonna be terrible. Okay, like Jorge, you know what a game distinctly looks like when it's at 30 frames, right?
Yes.
So the way I remember seeing games when they were at 30 frames is how I see games when they're in 60.
Okay.
Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
I
like
I know what
so
you're saying.
so when I see games in 60, I'm like, oh man, this isn't smooth at all. Because I remember seeing games in 60 for the first time, being like, damn, this is smooth. And then you look at the 30 frame game and you're like, oh, this is not smooth at all. And then now that has changed to me. That like threshold, that bar has gone up. Where now like at 60 frames, I'm like, that shit does not look good. And then when it's at 120, I'm like, nice. You know, that's what it should be. So like it's moved, and it's one of those things. It's like an ignorance is bliss thing, right? Where like as you go up, it gets harder to go down because you get used to seeing how smooth the game is, and you like want that for every game. But some games just don't let you have it, you know.
Is this game
That being said, it also is. There's so many factors because it's also very game dependent. Like certain games, certain types of games don't show frame rate as well as others, right? Like any first person game, like you'll like feel and see its frame rate way more than like in like a third person game or like a little like character action game. Nice. But yeah, that's like the fucking that's like peak PC gamer shit though.
you play
Don't
old ass
come up
games and putting him at like 3 bajillion frames? It's like, oh. No, I don't even.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's
I
an
will,
option when you play old
I
shooters.
will say this though. I will say this. I really get that feeling for new games. If I play a new game, like when we were playing Most on Walls, right? Remember how I was bitching about it in the beginning? Right? Like it's when I play new games and then they run like shit and they don't run smooth, it pisses me off. Older games, it doesn't even
It
doesn't
doesn't.
even in my brain that it's running out of board. Because that's just how it is, right? Like I plug in a PS2 game and I'm like, it looks like a PS2 game. Sweet, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really register in my brain that it's not 60 frames or whatever. It's just like, oh, this is how it looks. Like this is a PS2 game for sure.
Yeah.
But then when you get like,
You know what I mean? Like
when you get like Dogma
like when you
2,
play an N64 game, it's like, well, I mean, it's playing.
it's running the 15 frames I need to see. You know? But like, you know what I'm playing, like Dragon's Dogma 2, and because of the way the game is like optimized and built, like it like runs at like it'll go from being at like one like on my computer with like near maxed out settings, it'll go like in 1440p, it'll go from being like near 130 frames and then just tank all the way down to like 60 or 70. It looks like complete shit when it's in 60 or 70 frames. It looks terrible. You know, and it's so annoying because like it annoys the shit out of me because I can be in the forest on top of a mountain and it's beautiful. There's like all these trees swaying in the wind. There's like little monsters and shit running around. Like it looks great, and my game's running at like above 120. It's awesome. And the moment I walk and I look at the shittiest fucking village you can see, like you would look at a village and be like, that village looks like complete shit. There's nothing graphically intense, like crazy about that village. my frame rate fucking dies, and it's because of the computers, the NPCs. The NPCs are like such a load on like your CPUs that it like tanks your frame rate.
All that hair that needs its physics details.
It's not even the hair. I wish it was the hair, bro. Because then like I would just get a mod that makes everyone bald. That's not what it is.
I think that'd be hilarious if all the NPCs were bald and you're the only one with hair. It's like in
And high
Bobobo.
frame. But yeah, like it's the
That's not
like Dragon's Dogma. One of Dragon's Dogma's like biggest features is like performance wise, it's like biggest downfall because all the NPCs are like smart, right? Like they all have timers, they all do things like like John Bellows in this random town, right? Will like at like he wakes up at 4 a.m. and then he's like out doing blacksmith shit, and then at like 5 p.m. he then goes to hang out at the bar, and then after the bar he goes home, right? He'll have like a set schedule, right? And every NPC in the game has a set schedule like that. And because all these NPCs have set schedules like that, your computer has to process all that shit. Because all of that shit, like, once you get into rendering distance of a town, it renders all of that logic, right? All of that information, it has to now start processing. So that's why when you're in the middle of nowhere, you'll get like high frame rates because it doesn't have to process all these extra CPUs walking around. And then the moment you get to a town, and you know, like you'll get to a town, you know, there's like 30 NPCs in the town, right? They'll be like as low as like 15 NPCs, like all the way up to like the big town that has like a bunch, right? So like what happens is like you get to town or you get near a town and it starts rendering all those people. And because it's rendering all those people and their like schedules of what they're gonna do throughout the day and shit, kills your frame rate. Like because your processor now has to process all this extra information that it wasn't doing previously when you were like out in the wild, and that it kills your frame rate. It sucks, and there's literally no way for them to fix it. Like they've made it better. They like done little optimizations to make it a little bit better, but it's still terrible. It still has the same problem. Like if I tried it out like a few weeks ago, like I when I'm out and about in the forest, I get like high over 120, and then the moment I get to a town, it drops to like 70 and 60, and it looks like complete shit because you go from the game looking hella smooth, and then the frame rate gets halved essentially, and you definitely notice when the frame rate goes to half, you know. And if it only happened, like it wouldn't be that bad if it only happened when you went into town. But the thing is that that's not how it is. Is like, so you can be out in the forest, and I had like, it's almost like having a cheat table, bro. Like, I'll be out in the forest running around, and then my frame rate tanks, and I'm like, oh shit, there must be a town like over this hill. I can't see it yet, but I know there's a town over there now, because now all of a sudden my frame rate tanks. And the only reason why it would tank is because they're going to be NPCs, and NPCs are really only in the towns. So now I'm out in the wild, and it was beautiful, and now it looks like shit because it's running at like half the frame rate. And RE engine. I'm not gonna lie, this might be a hot take. Everyone close your ears. I hate that engine. I don't like it.
It's the big Capcom engine now that they're using for fucking everything.
I was cool with it in the beginning, but now the reason why I don't like it is like RE Engine has like these like little treats. Has this little. When you see a game in RE Engine, you know it's RE Engine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's the same thing with Unreal Engine 5, right? Like when you see Unreal Engine, you know it's Unreal Engine. You can see it in the way like the way things look and stuff, right? Like RE Engine has those. There's like the way things look in RE Engine look very RE Engine. It has a look to it. The way it like renders lighting and stuff like that, like and reflections and shadows. Like there's like a look to it, and I kind of can't stand it, man. Like I kind of don't like it anymore. Like I hate the weird like shadow shimmering shit that it does. You know what I'm talking about? You know, like the polka dot shadow? You know what I'm talking about?
Mm,
Our engine has like this weird like shadow thing that it.
I think I remember from
Um,
R7.
yeah, it has this weird shadow thing that it does. Like when it'll render like a shadow weirdly. Or what it is, it's like it'll like render like a lower resolution shadow, I think, and as you get closer, it scales up. But when you see the lower one, or when you see a shadow that's like just off the edge of your screen, like it's about to go off the edge of the screen, like you'll see this like weird effect. Um, and it annoys me because I like can't unsee it, and it's like in every Unreal Engine game, or not Unreal Engine, my bad. It's in every RE engine. Ugh. I just hate everything. That's the conclusion. Except Final Fantasy 2. That game's pretty rad. Jorge, when you gonna speedrun me? When you gonna speedrun against me?
And what?
Uncharted 4. Winner take all. I'll crush you.
The worst one.
Well,
It
that's the
doesn't
one
mean
we
doesn't.
haven't done
It
yet.
doesn't really mean it's bad though. Like, say that.
Yeah. It's just the ending is like a little bit of a letdown for like the big reveal. The big reveal is a little bit of a letdown, but the game itself, like the gameplay and stuff, was fine. Good, it has good acting, all that stuff. You know, looks good. It just didn't have like a crazy, fantastical twist. You know.
Then you guys could speedrun the movie after.
I think I'm okay.
We
I
want to see
forgot
Mark
there was a
Wahlberg?
movie.
I'll speedrun the Doom movie.
That movie sucks.
Hey, but that one scene at the end where it goes into first person was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was.
That's the
Like the
only
one
scene I
reason why.
know.
That's the reason. Oh, I've watched that whole movie several times, and that still is my favorite scene of that movie. I like it. And that movie makes me laugh because there's like a guy in a wheelchair and he turns into a demon. Or well, in that game it's weird because they're like not demons, they're like mutants. Or that game, I said game, I think. In that movie it's weird because I remember them being like they're more like mutants than like demons. But yeah, there's like this guy in a wheelchair and he turns into like this big dog mutant. But it's hella funny because his top half of his body is like this big dog mutant, but the bottom half, the his like where his like legs would be, is still in the wheelchair.
I think I know. I think I know what enemy that's supposed to be.
Yeah.
That sounds like the Doom 3 pinkies.
Oh, maybe he was big and pink.
Yeah, because the ones in Doom 3, they're uh, like the best way to describe them. It's like when a dog has a wheelchair or a dog is in a wheelchair. You know, the back half is.
Oh, yeah. That okay. Yeah, then that's exactly what it was. Yeah, that's the best way to. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what he turns into, which is funny.
I'm sorry. Oh, let me see one over there.
I'll speedrun you in Pitch Black.
I don't know what that is.
I don't like that movie.
You said you don't like it?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm a Vin Diesel hater.
No. That one's actually cool. That one's cool. Pitch Black is the first Riddick movie.
I know.
No, I know. I'm talking for Jorge because Jorge
Oh.
doesn't know. It's the first Riddick movie, but it's like not. I mean, it's about Riddick, but like it's not all about Riddick. He's just like a character in it. You know, he's like one of the main characters in this like cast.
Said it.
It's pretty much like It's pretty much like a spaceship that crash lands on a planet, and they're like trying to survive and escape essentially. Um, it's cool. It's a cool movie. As long as you're not a Vin Diesel hater like this fucking asshole. And I agree. I don't really care too much about Vin Diesel either. Like, but this movie was cool. It's a cool little sci-fi flick. And I don't want to hear you talk about shit, Chris. You've been ducking me for years on that Jack and Daxter speed run. And everyone knows I was gonna kick your ass.
Is that answer?
Nah.
Yeah, bro. Especially if we do,
The fuck you mean not?
If we do a 100% run, I'm definitely kicking your ass. Yeah, that's what I get. Yeah, yeah. Shut up, man. Shut up, kid. If we were playing Ratchet and Clank, I'd give
Here
it.
we go.
If we were playing Clank, I'd give it to you. But Jack and Daxter, fuck no. You forget who I am, big dog. You forget. Jorge had to find out the hard way. In
Oh,
a 3-game.
The charted. You had the smarter approach of starting on crushing. Yeah.
And then I locked in when I needed to. When I got to the second game and I got all those treasures, I was like, yes, fucking locked in, dude. I found a lot of those treasures for the first time, and some of those ones were really fucked up. The one that always sticks out to me is you're going up like this like wooden staircase, and you look up and there's one like that's like in the light above you. It's like, you know what I'm talking about? There's like these hanging lamp lights. And you look up and you shoot one of them, and a fucking shiny drops from it. And the reason why I remember it is because like you literally go up that staircase, and at the top of the staircase you jump, and once you jump you can't go back. So it's like if you miss it right there, you're just done. And then there was a few in that game that were interesting because like there'd be a few that were in like you'd like get into this area and you'd like fight these guys. And then there'd be like treasures in spots that I didn't even know you can get to. Like I would see like this little piece of land like across this little river, and I'm like, can I even jump to that? And I would try, just to make sure. And then you could. You're like, well, I can step on that. Because there's other parts of the game where you're like, can I go over there? And you jump, and your character's like drowns in a river, or whatever. So it's like, oh, I can go over there. And you get wrecked. I'm actually down to speedrun any of you guys, or race you guys in any of these games. Just let me know.
Crash Bandicoot.
Just pick a game. That one will be hard. I'll probably roll this one. I suck at Crash Bandicoot. What the fuck game did you say, asshole? You said Ultra Kill or something?
Yeah, I did say okay.
So like some game that you probably played like a million times that I never played.
Yeah.
That sounds cool. Sounds like a fair speed run.
It sounds fair.
I'm talking about a game that like typically in these speedrun challenges it's a game that we've played and then we argue who could beat it first.
I wouldn't know.
I'm trying to think.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'd be confident in Jack and Daxter, but if it's the whole thing, my confidence drops for all the vehicle sections. Like, the bike in the first game is fine. I'm talking about like in 3 when you're on the desert. Oh, shit.
Oh yeah. Well, for I'm talking about Jack and Daxter, not the Jack series. I'm talking about Jack and Daxter. I'm talking about just the first game. I don't want to play all those games in a row. I just don't want to do it. And I'll concede that loss too, especially if they're like 100%. I'll concede
I don't
that
want to
because
do that.
Well, I was about to say, you remember how pissed off I was getting at the Jetboard challenge in the second game. I'm sure you remember that shit. I was getting hella angry because I just fucking couldn't do it. I sucked. So I just don't even want to fucking invite that. If we were just doing any percent speedrun as fast as we can, no glitches, glitchless. Because I don't know any glitches, so
I don't know
I'm just gonna
either.
say glitches. Okay. I was gonna say glitches just to cover my ass, but it's kind of fun.
And plugs in the
I
same
played.
controller.
All right, Kingdom Hearts 1 speedrun.
I'm a lot more confident in that one.
Me too. Final mix or vanilla?
The last time I speedrun was I speedrun fucking Chris Zombie U, and I want to beat the shit out of him.
But Chris gave up.
That's why I want to beat the shit out of him for that. I beat it, and he's like, "Oh, I don't want to do that anymore." I'm like, "You motherfucker!"
No, that. You know what's funny is that's kind of how I felt like when Jorge gave up in Uncharted. Cause I was like I was a game ahead of him, and he was like, "Well,
No, we got to like.
yeah,
No, it's like I got the first platinum 3, and then
Then I
you're
already
like
had 2.
you already had 2 of them.
yeah."
I still had to
But the fact
replay
that
1 and 2 on crushing.
I know, but the fact that you gave up made me hella sad. Like, it was like in the moment I was happy because I was like I was victorious, but then I was like, damn, like.
I wasn't mad they gave up. I'm mad they gave up on a game that was already shitty as fuck.
You kept playing it not knowing he stopped.
No, I beat it, and he's like, "Oh, I
You
gave up
beat
on
it?
that." I'm like, "You piece of shit!" Yes,
I didn't beat that game. Oh, I'm getting
I
drunk.
did. It was fucking shit.
Yeah, that game's bad.
How many times did you die?
I only did like twice.
Wait, do you
One of them
remember?
was my
Do you
own
remember when
dumbass fault.
Do you remember where you died the first time?
I'm trying to remember exactly. It was I think it was in the dark in the rain. I'm trying to remember exactly when. I want to say it was like in the middle of the game when I died.
Do you remember how far the? I remember there's like this big fancy building you go in. Do you remember how far that is?
That's like near the end.
Okay. Well,
I'm pretty sure that's 2 or 3 levels until the end.
that's how far I got, and I didn't die.
Yeah. Well, the reason I died the second time
That's
is
all I got.
because near the end you have to do a run and they're shooting rockets at you, and then like right when I ran out of a tunnel, I got hit with a rocket like immediately, with, like no warning. I'm like, okay, that one was actually
That
horseshit.
sounds stupid.
Exactly. So I'm here like there is no way I would have known that was gonna fucking hit me. If it could, then I would have not died a second time. But no. But when I beat it, Chris is like, "Oh, I stopped playing." I'm like, "You're a piece of shit. I hated this fucking game. This game actually sucked." The only reason I played this game at all was because he's like, "Toady speedrun me." I was like, "All right." If I knew you would have gave up, I would have fucking stopped playing the shitty ass game. But no.
You know what'd be fun? Jorge, me and you, or even multiple of us should speedrun a game that none of us have ever played.
Hello Kitty Adventure.
Preferably a cheap game. Let me see.
It was like Hello Kitty Adventure's like $30 and everything.
Oh. You know what game we should all speedrun when it comes out? The fucking the stepping game, the walking game,
Which game?
Baby Steps or whatever it's called.
Oh.
Okay.
Back.
Okay, now say it again
Chris.
so Chris can hear it.
Chris, you're done to speedrun Baby Steps against
You'll
us.
fucking back out last second like they did with me, piece of shit.
What?
We're talking
I
about
said, well,
speedruns and how you
We're all
speed.
we're all gonna race each other in that game Baby Steps to see who could beat it first.
Fucking game is that?
You don't. They was in a state of play.
I didn't watch it.
There's a guy in like a gray onesie or whatever, and he
You saw it a long time ago. Remember a long time ago PlayStation announced a game where like you're just like this fat guy and you're just like walking.
up a mountain.
Yeah, it's like QWOP, but you're walking.
No.
Watch the trailer, bro. Watch the trailer for Baby Steps. You're gonna love it. This is literally like a Chris game. I was doxed you. It's like a Chris K game.
What the fuck?
This is a secret kind of game. Hey, Chris, you actually kind of have experience, a real life experience with a game like this. Or I got a speedrun we can do. Kid Icarus, 3DS.
Oh, I beat that.
I
Me too.
I want to play that. I never played it.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Don't you
surprising.
own it?
No, I never got it.
Who did I borrow it from then? I borrowed it from somebody. I
Spencer?
thought it was you. Wait, did Spencer Kid Icarus? He didn't have a 3DS though.
He does have a 3DS.
Oh, maybe I did borrow it from him then. I thought
Because
I
I bought
didn't.
it off of him.
Oh, okay. I guess it was him then.
I've only heard stories about the game and how it's like, it's
It
good,
sucks, your hand crank.
but yeah, you're, and it's like fuck. I mean I got the new 3DS like I have the little the nub, so I would have the Circle Pad Pros. Got it. How much would that help?
I think your hand would still cramp.
Because
Honestly.
I want that experience instead of just playing it on an emulator. Is that the
Skyward
end of the
Sword
demo?
No, Twilight Princess speedrun.
Oh my god, you know how long it's gonna take?
No, any percent, as fast as you can.
It says 3 hearts.
The 3 heart challenge. I'm down.
I did that in Ocarina of Time.
I've never done that. I'm down.
The only game I beat with 3 hearts so far, and I wanted to do more. It was fine until the final boss, and that was a massive pain in the ass because he would just one-shot me, and I would hate it because then every time you die, you have to go through the first fucking phase, and you can't skip cutscenes.
Oh, I got another one we could do, Jorge. Between me and you,
What is it?
Zero Mission.
Oh.
See, that's actually a good one, right?
At the very least,
good
with that one, we could just compare the time.
Yeah, and it's short.
Very short. I don't think I'm gonna remember much because it's been a while, but that's probably good.
No, same. It's been a while too. I played it around the same time you did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you started it.
Yeah, I think I played it before you.
I don't think something else. I think I might just like finish the demo now.
Do it. Dark Souls 1 speedrun.
I think maybe.
I'm confident in that one. No, no, no. I got the ultimate speedrun. Between me and you, I got the ultimate one. Alright. Resident Evil 5, bro.
Wait, like by ourselves, or do we play with somebody?
Whoa, we can't play together.
I know, not me and you together, obviously, but like,
No, I think it would have to be solo. Because it would be,
solo.
too dependent. Yeah, it would be too dependent on the other person if we did.
Because like, what if I can't make it? And we're like, what if Chris can't make it?
I think
Like,
I think
we're
this is gonna be
recording.
like one of the rare moments where I'm so used to going through co-op in that game that it's gonna be weird doing it by myself.
It's gonna be weird. I'm gonna be at the biggest disadvantage because I'm gonna have to play as Chris.
Well, I mean, if you've beaten the game, you can just pick Shadow.
Do you think that creature was born from the Crucible? I've never seen
Oh, that's true.
a yokai like it before.
Whoa.
But then I would have to use the shotgun. You know, like I don't trust the computer with the shotgun.
I think you just have like one of each.
That would be a fun one. Resident Evil 8 literally has a speedrun mode in it. I think 7 does too, doesn't it?
I mean, it does. You do get your final time. I did speedrun 8 before because there was the trophy.
Ooh.
I beat it under 3 hours.
I think I did that too.
That was my practice run too. I'm like, all right, let's learn this, and then the end of it, all right, well, I did it.
All right, what about?
Like those are fine because those are short.
Skate.
That game. Was that Kusanagi's light? Now
We can
Tora
speedrun
spoke
Skate.
of purifying the crucible, but this light may guide you on your way.
I
No.
want to change that.
Pause.
Goddammit.
And shoots of thought. Have a say.
Speedrun the Stuart Little game.
No.
I'm with Jordan on that one. No.
What was that fucking game called? Jorge, you know what game? One of these days we should chip in and go in and get this thing so we can play it. We should get Tony Hawk Ride and beat that game.
That just sounds fun.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like if we ever go to a game shop and we see that game, we should all contribute and go in to get this game, and then just go back home and then just take turns and try to beat it. You know? Or we could do a mission and we could do the same mission over and over again and just compete to see who can get the highest score with this jank ass fucking controller.
How much do people sell those?
I don't know.
Like, are people asking for a lot, or do they just want to get rid of it?
I feel like you'll probably
someone's-
find it
someone's
like
saying-
on like Facebook Marketplace some shit.
There's Tony Hawk Shred, which is on the Wii, which I think is the same thing. Or well, it might be a different game, but it has the board controller on the Wii, and someone is selling it for $35 for the board and the game. Isn't that bad? Let's see. Yeah, Tony Hawk Shred. I want Ride. Tony Hawk Ride for the 360. This guy's selling it $50. Controller and game included. Not bad, doable. If you split that like 3 or 4 ways, not bad. Bro, if we went to a GameStop, if we went to a game shop and we saw one of those and we bought it, like they would probably love us.
No,
Finally, got rid of it.
Exactly. It's exactly what it would be, you know? They'd be so happy that it's gone.
they're gonna be like, "Are you sure you want that?" And like, "Yeah." Are you
Yeah.
Sure? Yeah.
Then we just scream at each other, do a kickflip!
Dude, he fucking finally bought it.
You know, we also could have had this same fun if one of you motherfuckers bought Mario Mix when I told you guys to.
So now I do. I saw that coming.
I wonder who that could have been.
You, Jorge, I think Spencer was there.
I was telling
What
Chris
do
to
you
buy it.
Oh yeah, it was Chris.
Me.
Yeah,
What do you
I was gonna buy
motherfuckers
it.
ever bought Mario Mix?
I didn't try to buy Mario Mix.
I was broke at the time.
I was broke at the time.
That's when Noah bought it then.
No, Jorge had money. He just didn't buy it.
I don't know why to play it.
You don't have a GameCube.
No.
What? Since when?
I haven't had a GameCube since I was in like elementary school.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think you actually have one. That's true.
Oh,
I have a Wii.
Oh, well then you could have played it.
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah, so you're lying, Chris. That's what cool about it. I was going to say, I could have sworn you found fucking game. Maybe not. But...
I don't have a GameCube controller though.
Well, good news, Chris. Mario Mix doesn't use
I know it uses the shitty DDR. Damn.
It's actually not even a DDR mat. It's like
It's not?
well, actually, technically, it is a DDR because it is made by DDR for Nintendo. Sorry, I guess you're right. It is a DDR.
I can't stand those slidey ass pads, dude. I had one as a kid.
Yeah, but you never played Mario Mix. And everybody knows Mario Mix is DDR for beginners. Like, the hard difficulty on Mario Mix is probably like normal. Like the hardest difficulty on Mario Mix is probably like normal in a DDR game. But we would have had so much fun. And you guys ruined it because you guys refused to play Mario Mix. Hey Chris, remember that one time we went to Tony? We were all sleeping over at Tony's place, and you bought like a fucking 6-pack of Red Bulls, and you still fucking fell asleep first before like anybody else did. You like sat in a corner. You were like contemplating buying a fight stick for whatever fucking reason.
He did buy it, and then it returned it immediately.
Yeah,
Sucked.
yeah. And then you still somehow like passed out before everybody else. Actually, I was hella mad. I was hella mad that because I remember I drank. I never drink energy drinks. I remember I was like getting tired, and I was like, "Yo, if I drink this Red Bull, like how late are we gonna stay up?" And everybody was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna stay up hella late." And I was like, "All right, cool." So I drank a Red Bull, and I was like fucking wired. And then like literally as soon as midnight hits, like Chris was already pretty much fucking like asleep.
I remember.
I
Wait.
Chris's neck was in a crazy position.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, he passed out and his head like was turned like a fucking 90 degrees.
Yeah. So we were like, should we wake up? But I see that move, like the moment midnight hit, like both Tony and Haley, because they used to be conjoined twins and they were separated at birth. They got the surgery to separate them, but their brains are still in sync. And I remember you guys, like, the moment fucking midnight hit, you guys all fucking yawned, rubbed each other's eyes, and gave each other goodnight kisses and went to sleep, and I was hella mad. I was like, what the fuck? I was up until 4 in the morning, just sitting there. And I was trying to be quiet because I was trying to be cool and wake you guys up. So I was just sitting there, hella bored. I was like, these motherfuckers told me they were going to stay up hella late, and the boys were out.
Sorry.
And then I also remember that same day, remember we like spent hella long downloading like the MTC because Chris said he wanted to play it, and then he went out and smoked hella, and they came back in, and we were like, come on Chris, here's your controller. He's like, what? I don't want to play. And we were like, you said you wanted to play MCC. He's like, no, I don't want to play.
Yeah, I do remember that.
And we were like, what?
Damn, I don't remember that at all.
Really?
No.
It was like, you know, we got 4 people, we could play 4-player Halo, and then you backed out the last second.
We went out and got hella high, and then we were like, nope. And
You
we,
went
like,
back.
sat in
Then
the
you went back
corner
to your corner.
and played fucking like Gundam Breaker or something for the next 5 hours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I don't remember this.
Isn't that why he was trying to buy the fight stick? Was he trying to buy a fight stick so he could play Gundam Extreme Versus, like arcade style?
I have no idea.
No?
I remember I was the one that got to use it for a bit. It was the first time I got to use a fight stick.
Why'd you buy the fight stick, Chris? Because there was like a reason why you thought you had to have
Fuck, you
it.
followed me.
Because I wanted one. Wow. And it didn't work with Marvel vs. Turned it. It was a cheap one anyways, it was like a 6.
Oh yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom, I forgot. We did kind of play that time. That was the... Man. Hey Chris, I'm never, because I'm just never gonna let this go. Remember when you talked shit to me all day that you were gonna beat me Marvel vs. Capcom and I fucking kicked your ass? We were at school, you were talking shit all day about your cheap ass little fucking Skull Killer team. And then we went to Jorge's house after school and I kicked your ass. And I was like, alright, cool, I'm out of here.
God.
No, man, I exclusively remember. Kidding.
You thought your weak ass was gonna win too until I got to the last character being Virgil. Or not Virgil, being fucking Wesker. Like my last character being Wesker. The Hulk was scary to me. I've always hated that character.
I remember the
Like
first.
always.
I remember when Chris stayed at my house the first time. The first time I had energy drinks, and I didn't fall asleep. I was fucking wired. And like you said, and I remember Chris passed out, but I just
course.
kept playing video games, and I just put in Marvel vs. Capcom, and then Chris woke up, and the first thing he says is, "Pass me a controller."
It's a gamer moment. You know, the most I remember about your place then in high school was all the memories I feel like I have is like walking there instead of actually being there. Like I do remember obviously being there, but I feel like I remember more funny shit happening when we were walking there. Like I remember that one
Mostly
time,
Chris, probably just.
yeah, exactly. You already know what we're talking about. But like, remember when we went to 7-Eleven and Chris bought hella food, and then we started walking, and we weren't even halfway there. We turned around and all the food's gone. Like Chris, he like drank. I swear, did he like drink like he drank one of those massive like big gulps and ate like 4 taquitos, like some other thing. Like he ate hella food. We like turned around and we're like, Chris, what's food? He's like, I ate this already.
God.
That shit was so funny. Like, we weren't even like Tony. Like, we weren't even up that first hill. You know how you take like that first mellow hill first, and then there's like the big
Yeah.
steep one going up. So we up that like that big mellow hill first. We weren't even up that yet, and we turned around and Chris said we like demolished all.
Oh my god.
Remember when I bought and ate Chipotle burritos all the way to his...
Bro. Chris was a different beast back then.
I feel like you look back and try.
Bro, Chris is hella funny
Chris
though, 'cause he
Bill.
was like,
It's like,
The best-
oh, like he just gets a pizza, and he's like, he just tells us to start eating it, and like 5 minutes later, he's done with everything.
well, the best way to describe it though, which is so funny, is like Chris was just jonesing for those fucking taquitos, bro. He would talk about that shit all day. He'll be like, I can't wait till school's over. You gotta go to
Go on.
7-Eleven for taquitos.
I remember randomly
Those
asking,
taquitos are hella good.
like Chris randomly asked me like, "Can you take me to Taco Bell and get what was it, the Dr Pepper slushy?" And I was like, "Hell yeah!" And he's like, "Really?" I didn't think he'd say yeah. He got all excited, and after school he went.
Bro, like it was always the same. Like if the three of us, like if we went to Jorge's place, it was always the same. Where like me and Jorge would be walking like side by side. We're like drinking a Gatorade, like, talking or whatever. And then like Chris would be behind us, not saying anything because these motherfuckers behind us like fucking like deep through taquitos and pounding a big goal.
Hella sweaty.
Oh yeah, that too. Well, that was all three of us though. It would be like, I remember it would be like 98 degrees outside, and we're all wearing hoodies, like walking up these steep ass hills.
Me always having like the same jacket for the whole year, only changing when it's the next year.
I know. I always remember that blue one. you had like the blue one. You had this blue one with like a red, like it's a red, green, and whatever stripes on it.
Oh yeah. I don't think I
Yeah.
have that anymore.
No, I figured, but like whenever we talk about high school and I think about high school, I always remember that jacket. That's the one I always remember.
I always thought it would be the gray one with the neon yellow.
Yeah, no, that one doesn't even come to mind. It's always the blue one that always comes to mind. Was the blue one the one you wore junior or sophomore year?
It's probably sophomore.
Yeah, that's probably why then, because that's like when I first met you guys. Yeah, that's when I first started hanging out with you guys.
So I'm stuck in a living hell now. Guess that's my
Because before,
king and gathering.
yeah, before I met you guys sophomore year, I was black. I remember that. That was cool. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Tony.
Think it'll check about.
That's not funny. I thought Tony was a lot bigger and taller, and he thought I was black.
Talk about false advertisement.
I know, we were both wrong.
You know, look at each other like, the fuck? And George's like, you're a lot smaller. And I'm like, you're not black.
It was so funny because I never once ever said anything about being black. That like never even came up, so that was like I couldn't even believe that. I was like, dude, are you fucking
No, it wasn't. It was like, whatever. It's like, whenever I talk to somebody and I only hear their voice, my brain, like, conjures up, like, what they look like. Spencer was the only one that was, like, spot on.
yeah, I agree with that one.
Like, I met Spencer and be like, yeah, you look exactly like I imagined.
Because Spencer was the same. I talked to him on 360 on Xbox before I saw him.
Yeah.
And yeah, he looked about what I expected.
I think for Chris, I thought he'd be taller. Exactly
Well,
the same, just taller.
I met Chris before I fucking played online with him, so.
I think my first interaction with Chris was when we stayed at George's house and we were playing Silent Hill.
Bro, I literally talked to Chris
That was before
because
high
you were-
school.
I literally,
I
literally
remember
talked to
because
Chris.
it was
Okay.
like, it was like, I forgot it was either George or Chris. Like, if the Bush Russell's a passing controller, and that's.
Oh, I was playing and then I think I passed it to Chris. We were up hella late.
We were playing Silent Hill. we were
So
all
like,
the fucking
so like I heard a sound and I just gave him the controller.
So here we go. That was funny.
My first interaction with Chris was we were locked out of our whole class got locked out of our English class. We got locked out of the classroom, so we were all waiting outside for someone to come fix it. And Chris was playing this fucking he was playing fucking Dungeon Defenders on his fucking phone, and I was like, "Yo, are you playing Dungeon Defenders?" And then we just started talking after that. And the reason why I saw it is because I was standing up and Chris was like sitting on the floor on his phone, and I saw that he was playing Dungeon Defenders, and I was like, no way. Because I had literally just learned what Dungeon Defenders was like 2 weeks before that. So I was like, no way, that game's so cool, you know? And then my life was ruined.
I think that actually, another thing about it, the one who threw me off the most in terms of voices was Corona.
I can see that.
Like, if I had to say yeah, I thought he would be the short Mexican. I was like, I look up at him like, the fuck.
I definitely met him in person before I playing online. So,
Yeah, like, yeah, that makes sense.
but he
to
does.
me, I'm here like,
He does have a very high pitched voice.
yeah.
I feel like
So you went from being, I thought you'd be a short Mexican, now I just think you're a drunk uncle.
I think I have met him in person, but not really a lot. Colonel's the one I mainly just talked to online. Spencer. Freaking roasted.
So yeah, I expect Spencer.
Man,
to roast reviews.
I owned that kid on the Xbox chat back in the day, man. Owned that kid.
And
And some of the
when he
shit
just
is
got,
so
couldn't even understand what he was saying.
well, we're not gonna talk about that time. That time was pushed too far. Well, not really, but on his side, he got pushed. He felt like he was pushed too far. You know what I mean? Like he was really offended. We were just making fun of Yu-Gi-Oh as a collective, but no, the one I remember, I feel like the first good laugh I got at you guys that I could remember was just the I don't know how to read thing. Yeah, when we were like playing Minecraft or something, we were like playing Minecraft, and I was just like, "Duh, I don't know how to read," and then you guys just started fucking dying for whatever reason, and I was just like,
I think I remember one time we were just talking about random cheeses. I remember Jordan out of nowhere just goes mozzarella. We all just started dying for like 5 minutes. Oh wait, we're talking about dick cheese, and we just started naming off cheeses. I remember now. God, what the fuck was wrong?
High school.
Later on, I remember
So
at
much
least getting
fun.
Jorge to laugh. I got Jorge to laugh over the fucking. I was ranting about Final Fantasy 10 and how racist Waka is. And I was like, fucking hell, man. And then that we just like for a whole year would just say shit like that. Like, fucking hell, bad, man. Assholes. Yeah, man, Spencer got fucking. Bro, you know what really annoyed me about that at the time is I was like, yo, I was like, Chris is the one that hit the slam dunk. You know, like I literally like I gave him the assist. You know, like I lobbed him the ball, and then Chris just came down with the slam dunk with the Sony obliterate shit. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, Chris is the one who just dunked on that shit, but for whatever reason, like, Spencer is verbally swinging at me. You know? Oh my god.
Oh, that's right.
Like, sure, I came up with the premise, and I came up with the early thing, but Spencer wasn't really yelling at me at that point. Like, remember, he was just quiet. Like, so we didn't even know really how he felt. He just got hella quiet. He just wasn't responding to us. And then we were just like, I was just riffing off this Yu-Gi-Oh thing, you know? The curse just fucking comes in. And then Spencer pops off. He gets hella mad. But he doesn't get mad at Chris. He gets mad at me.
Dumb bitch. Okay.
I'm just like, bro, what? Like, I'll admit it, I came up with the premise, but I'm like, but you're popping off now because of what Chris said. But you're mad at me. I'm like, come on, bro. We're just having a good time. It's not that serious, you know? We're just talking about the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. Like, let us be goofy, bro. We're literally talking about the first 3 episodes. Like, come on, let us be goofy. And I wish I had the ability to record gameplay back in the day. Because I was a fucking menace in Minecraft, in our Minecraft servers, in every single one of them. I think in every single Minecraft server we've ever had, I never failed to instigate a fight between you two. Between any of you guys. It would always happen. And it was always because of me. I would dig my secret tunnels. I would wait till you guys would leave. Crouch walk through my secret tunnels, and I would like take your guys' diamonds and put them in other people's.
I didn't know that last one.
I didn't know that either. I blame
Oh,
Spencer
all
all
the
the time.
that's like the main thing I did. Like, so I would show up because I remember I had a system, right? Like, if you guys had less than 7 diamonds, I would never take a diamond. But if you guys had more than 7, then I would take 1, right? And if I took 1 from everybody, then it would add up, right? Like you would take 1 from everybody, leave, wait, and then take another, go around and take another round of diamonds for everybody, right? And that's how I would start collecting diamonds.
This motherfucker had taxes on us.
Yeah, I did pretty much. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it.
God damn.
And like,
Yeah.
if you guys had like more than like 20, which like never happened, but if you guys did, I would take. I would take more, because I was like, well, like if you have 7 and you show back up and you only have 6, you'll like notice. But if you're at 8 and you go to 7, you're like, maybe I did only have 7, you know? And then you kind of move on with your day. And it's the same thing. Like if you're at like 24 and you go down to 22, you're like,
Super dead.
But it's also not that big of a deal, because you're like, well, I still have 22, so you're like, whatever, you know? So I would do that.
This is why I had a secret chest. God damn it.
Oh, I was in there too.
I'm not surprised.
Because everyone's secret chests were the same thing, where they would just dig underneath their house. So when you guys would leave, I would tunnel to your house on my secret tunnel, and then dig out all the blocks underneath it.
This is why I would have one in the chimney. Dude, I was made a chimney. I would just shove it up there.
Yeah, I found one of those before.
God damn it.
I found a lot of them. I like literally knew your guys' houses better than you did. I probably rebuilt a lot of your guys' houses more than you guys realized too.
And now the last thing we ever got to do in Minecraft was just try to kill Chris's game. Well, Jordan at least. But that was hilarious.
I was gonna say, like, that was not a Wii project. That was just me.
Yeah.
And it was
I mean,
successful. So successful.
So funny. Because even my game started chugging every time I looked over.
Oh, I bet.
Your fucking chicken generator.
Oh yeah, if you turn yourself to a certain angle, it just starts fucking dying.
Because like,
It's like you can't face west because of all the chickens over there.
Oh, I built it at Chris's house too. But like, wait,
His unnecessarily enormous house.
that was like the evolution, because, man, remember we were like, well, not we, 'cause remember I was like a homeless guy in that server. I had like a house on top of your house. Jorge.
I do
But
remember.
remember we were all building houses like on the same level, or you guys were at least. And then remember Spencer just decides to make his house on top of the like fucking cliff all
The
above
mountain
you guys.
that's right next to us. Pretty much like we kind of had like a little village.
And the mountain's also too small for a mansion-sized house that he had. He had like a big-ass house that was bigger than the mountain, remember? So like...
I just remember he never finished it because he made it huge right from the start instead of making like a little house and then expanding.
Well, yeah, but I'm not sure if you remember,
just go
but
backwards?
remember there was a time period where we all had... Remember there's a time period where we all had fishing rods and we kept fucking grabbing him with them and yanking him off to his...
Oh yeah.
Don't remember doing that.
I remember doing that.
I didn't even know you could do that.
think somebody else definitely
Yeah, you can latch on someone and just yank him.
Fuck, I went backwards.
I remember, I don't remember if Tony set it off or somebody else did, but I remember in Tony's little cave house, I made a button that said "Don't push," and someone went and pushed it, and it blew up.
That wasn't me. I remember I came back and I was like, the fuck?
Yeah, so I think somebody else went into your house and saw the "Don't push" button and then pushed it, and I think it was Spencer, because I think Spencer was following Jorge around because Jorge went into your house to grab something, and then he saw the button and was like, "Oh," and he just clicked it, and then it blew up the house.
I think he was just like, why would you... yeah, I remember him being like, Tony, why did you make that? And I was like, made what?
Yeah, so I put that there. Cause in when we were playing on the 360, it was like malicious. I was like, I just want to fuck with these guys, right? Like on purpose. Like I literally had on the 360, I had like the proverbial red button. Like if I pushed it, like your houses would blow up essentially. Cause there was one server. I think it was James's server. Cause I remember James had one. Yeah, cause I remember James had one, and like if you messed with him in any way, he would quit and reload it. Remember, he would
Yeah,
always
he
do
would.
this? Yeah. So I took pride in messing with him the most because it was like, if I
Most
did it,
reaction out of it.
well, if I did it successfully, he would never know, and then it would save. Because I would steal from him a lot because of that, you know. But his house, I had a bunch of TNT under. I had a bunch of TNT under like everyone's houses at some point in one of those servers.
What the fuck? It's like
But it was like just
It's like-
low enough. Like I think
a villain just like plotting to take over.
you would have like wood floors, and then it would be like a cobblestone block, and then underneath that would be like TNT. Because I remember I made it a few layers down. It wasn't just right underneath. Like it wasn't right under the wood. Because I didn't want you guys to find it. Because I knew you guys would dig into the ground. Because you guys did. You guys would dig into that first layer, like the wood floor, and then the cobblestone. That first layer of cobblestone, you guys would dig into to put chests and shit in there. Because a lot of you guys like to bury your chests under your houses, under your floors.
Dude, you
Spencer.
fucking buried them.
So like, I would build it a little bit lower, right? I'm telling you, like this is what I had the most fun in. Is like this like eventual like if they fuck with me, I'm gonna fuck their whole shit. Like,
That's why I would make my house out of cobblestone when we would play, because I'm sure like if it gets blown up, at least it won't do as much damage.
yeah, but that made it a lot easier because you built it out of cobblestone, so I can fuck with your house earlier.
Yeah, but like if you
Because,
blew
like,
it up,
because other
it'll be
people's
like less
houses,
damage.
like if Jorge or Spencer made like a really nice house on clean cobblestone, then I would have to wait because like I couldn't mess with them right away. Like I couldn't mess with their houses or like put shit underneath their house right away because I would have no way of getting clean stone, you know? So I wouldn't have silk touch and shit. So there was like no way for me to mess with them. But if you made your house out of cobblestone, then it was like free reign. I could like pretty much do whatever.
But it was like it's gonna happen anyways. Most people be prepared for it.
Yeah, but it was no fun. Like the thing is like I probably wouldn't even have played because I wouldn't have had no fun because I wouldn't have been able to mess with you guys really enough. The only thing is if you built your house out of wood, I would just light it on fire, which I did several times.
That's why.
Like I remember one time, I think it was Spencer's house. He had a house, and he made a cobblestone generator outside. You know how a cobblestone generator is like a piece of lava and then water,
Yeah.
right? Cobblestone. And like I remember he had one of those right next to his house. And so one time when he went away, I walked up to the side of his house where that cobblestone generator was, and I just lit the side of his house on fire and walked away. Right.
That's
It's
what made
like-
most people the cobblestone generator's fault.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much exactly what happened. And we were like, who's the fuck?
I find it funny that his mic is fucking up a little bit as he's confessing his crimes.
Yeah. He's Charlie.
But yeah, like he was like he came back and his house was burned. I remember, and he was like, "What happened?" And I was like, "If you build your house too close to lava, it could catch on fire." He was like, "No," and I was like, "Sweet." But yeah, no, like my biggest pride and joy was like the easiest way to fuck with you guys was I would literally just like go like I would take my taxes on your diamonds and shit and whatever else I wanted. Like I took a lot of gunpowder and stuff from you guys, so I made a bunch of TNT all the time. So like I took gunpowder and redstone stuff all the time, but you guys like didn't. I don't think you guys noticed that stuff as much. You also get more of it, so it's like whatever. But the diamonds were the things I was like really careful about taking. I would tax you guys, I would take them, but I was very careful about it. But my favorite thing that I would do is I would literally just like go into someone's house, like I would go into fucking Spencer's house, and he would have like a stack of 6 diamonds, and I would take like 5 of them, and then I would go into like Chris's house or Tony's house or Jorge's house, and I would just put them in their chest and then fuck away. But like, I would never put them in the stack. That's the trick, right? Because like, think about it like this: like if Jorge had a stack of 20, right? So Jorge had a stack of 20 diamonds, and Spencer has 6, right? If I take 5 of Spencer's diamonds and I put them in Jorge's stack, right? When Spencer goes and checks everyone's houses and sees a stack of 25, he's not gonna know if Jorge had 25 or not. You know what I mean? Like he wouldn't have any proof in that immediate moment to know. so I would never put the diamonds in the stack. Like I would always show up, and that would be like, oh, here's a random 6 diamonds in your chest. Like you'll have a stack of 16, and I'll put like a random another stack of 6, just like in your chest randomly. And I would always do that. That was like purposefully done. So when someone would realize that their diamonds had been stolen, and they check everyone's houses, they would like easily find it, and then it would be like a thing.
Fuck.
Kind of a villain.
Good times, actually. It was a lot of fun. And diamonds, like I'm sure you guys remember, were hella important back then. Because remember the 360, like the game could only load like 4 chunks or whatever.
Yeah.
It was like an island. It wasn't like a fucking infinite space. So like, that shit was so raw. It's so good. But yeah, James was the one that was like the
He's
most
one who got you
annoying one.
angry.
Well, he's the most annoying one to mess with because if you mess with him and he, so the thing, so this happened a lot actually. I'm not sure how well you guys remember, but like, if I fucked with one of you guys and one of you guys was pissed off because someone was fucking with you guys and you guys didn't know who, it would just be like, whatever, and then everyone keeps playing. Like you'd get mad and then or get annoyed and then everyone would just keep playing anyway, right? But I'm sure you guys remember if it wasn't James's server, like say if it was Jorge's server, if James got fucked with, James would just, remember he would just sit there and bitch and then beg for you to just quit the server and reload it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
he'd be like, Tony, restart the server now. Cause it's
exactly, exactly. So that's why he became hell of annoying to mess with, because it's like the moment you mess with this crybaby, he's just gonna sit there and just bitch and beg like at whoever's the host to like reload the last save, you know?
Yeah, I remember.
And I remember like he would die and then be like, I lost all my diamonds. Ah, restart the server. Which I'm not gonna lie, I definitely killed him a few times. My favorite one was well, actually the only time I know I killed him multiple times, but the only time I really remember killing James was like he was like near lava because he's like trying to mine diamonds, or he had mined diamonds, and he made this little like fuck, it was like it's like a bridge. He made like a bridge over the lava, right? And he was looking the wrong way. Like he wasn't looking at me. Like he knew I was down there with him. Like we were just chilling. And he was looking like forward, and I just like looked underneath him, and I just like dug out the block underneath him and dropped him in the lava, and he died.
Compared to this,
Damn.
And he was like, "What?" He was like, "Why?" He's like, "Why I fell in the lava?" And I was like, "Yeah, bro, you just walked off." Yeah, that's what I told him. I was like, dude, you should have been. I was like, you should have crouch walked. I was like, if you crouch walked, you wouldn't have fallen in the lava. You just walked into the lava, you know. And then he started bitching about like he's like reload the server, I lost all my time. And I remember like just like sitting in my living room with the old shitty Xbox 360 mic on, just like with this biggest fucking like the Grinch grin. That's pretty much like what he looked like. Cause I just was like, yeah, I did that. I did that. But those like the last time I remember, because I had told you guys that I fucked you guys before. Like the last time we played Minecraft, I think I had already mentioned to a few of you guys that I had been fucking with you guys in the 360 one. So when we were playing on like PlayStation 4, I didn't do any of that stuff. I was like, well, they already know, so like if they know they're missing diamonds, they're just gonna think it's me, you know, whatever, all this shit. So that's when I just did like the blatant tactic of like I'm just gonna like blatantly make a chicken spawner, and I know it's gonna spawn way too many chickens, and it's just gonna screw a lot of us over. I'm just gonna screw Chris over. So I went to more open tactics. Ah, good times. So good. Yo, next time we all hang out together again, we should play Modern Warfare 2. The good one, the old one.
I know what you
Yeah.
mean. I don't have the who has.
I'm sure I still have it.
That. I never really.
But isn't it on Game Pass? Wouldn't it be on Xbox? So we can just like play on someone's Xbox, can we?
It's backwards
It's been
compatible
local.
on there, but I don't. It's not on Game Pass.
Okay, well I'm sure I have it. I know for sure I have it. I wouldn't have got rid of it. Fuck yeah!
Fuck.
You know what game I've really been wanting to play again is I've really been wanting to play like Battlefield 3 or like Bad Company 2. But last time I heard anything about those games is I heard they were like riddled with cheaters because like all the old shooters are like riddled with cheaters.
That's what sucks. Yeah, it's like. There's the MCC,
Well,
and they got old Halo, but it's, I hear that it's got a bunch of hackers, cheaters, all that.
Oh, does it really? Damn, I didn't know that one had it too.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Fortunately, like, well, actually, not. Oh, not so far. You can just delete all the multiplayer modes and only have the campaigns, but I do miss
Multiplayer's
the,
fun.
I did miss the
Yeah.
multiplayer. That's the first time I got to experience Halo 1 multiplayer, and it was jank and really fun. It's a shame. Like, when everybody was there for Reach at 3, I was like, I want to experience the other ones I didn't get to.
Yeah, I was only there for 2 and onwards. But I never played 2 online. I just played local multiplayer. And that was like the first. That was like the first like shooter. That was like the first shooter I've really ever played, like twin stick shooter I've ever really played. So I was like looking at the floor half the time, you know.
All I had to
That's
say
bad.
for Halo 2 was like, I don't think it missed much because it's like they goes to 2 and then 3 is it was like better.
What 2 was hella fun.
I'm not saying it isn't fun. I guess I did make it sound like that though, so my bad.
Oh. Yeah, I thought you were saying like 2 is just like whatever. Like,
No, I
like,
still
eh.
had fun with it. It's more like the only thing that changes is the visuals. The one I didn't really care
Dude.
for was when they put in there's the Halo 2 like, remaster multiplayer. I'm like, wow, you didn't put all of them, and I kind of don't like. I don't really like it. I kind of rather play original 2.
Yeah, I like an original 2.
And of course, it took the
3
longest to load.
was the one I played the most.
It's all of us.
Oh yeah, we did all play 3. Yeah, we played 3 a lot.
Yeah, and then we
Ghost-
played with James, and
Ghostbusters
he had all like the custom game modes that were fun. And I just
Yeah.
remember they had dumb names like Old People versus Ice Cream Truck.
I forgot about that.
And I remember which mode that was. That was the one where all the players were walking up the slope and they were hella slow, and,
Oh.
and the other
Yeah,
player
yeah,
was
yeah.
driving the
Yeah.
corner. So
So that era of like of Call of Duty was so peak because like Red versus Blue and Rooster Teeth were so big at that point. Remember, where like they would come up with games, like they would like come up with games like local, like local multiplayer like game modes. They would come up with games, and people were making hella games. People were coming up with hella shit and making hella maps. And I felt like it was because of Rooster Teeth was doing hella their like Halo shit at the time. So I remember like every week they would have like a new game that they would show, that they would have like a video of all them playing and all this shit. Like, so people were making hella shit back then. And also like I feel like people were more broke, and there was a lot more of us like kids who didn't have like a lot of money or anything, or teenagers who didn't have a lot of money, so they just like kept making hella games for the one game that they had.
Yeah.
Like hella maps and shit. I always just remember Ghostbusters at Burger King. That's like the main one I remember. Wait. Actually, that might have not been you guys. Do you guys? Huh. Yeah, that might not have been you guys actually. It might have been my middle school friends. Did you guys ever play the Jaws game mode? It's like it's on the Halo 3 map that has like a little beach in the water, and you're on these spires in the water, and then the guy is infected, and he's like running around trying to knock down your little telephone tower or your little like cell towers to
I'm
knock you into the water to kill you.
pretty sure we played a mode like that, but it was not on that map. It was like a map where the platform was pretty much above like the it was past the edge, so above a pit, and then the other player, the infected, was just trying to knock down the tower.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that one too. I do remember that one. Didn't they use that same map for? Remember there was the Duck Hunt game mode where you use the
25.
Goth
What level
cannon.
am I?
Remember where like the infected would be on the Goth and the non-infected were like in these man cannons that would shoot them back and forth, and you had to like shoot them with the Gauss cannon. You had to like snipe them with the Gauss cannon to get a kill. I think it was the same map as the Tower one. Oh shit! It's past 10.
It's way past that.
I'm not. Yeah, it's way past 10. I know. I'm out of here.
Okay.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Fuck you, Chris.
Right as soon as you joined it, I forgot to tell you where I got all the cards.
Nice. This is like perfect. Just nonstop talking, and then I just just blindly running around the world. No goal. I was just like, alright, let me finish this. Not really bothering to level up. I mean, I did, but like it was perfect. I just half-assed the whole thing, and now I can't beat the boss. Well, I mean, I'm struggling. I don't know if I could probably beat him eventually. Yeah, good. Cool demo. I definitely didn't think I'd be playing it for this long though. I'm just happy it let me play it. I was worried it wasn't gonna let me. I wonder if we could have co-opted it. You downloaded it, Chris? Chris?
What game?
Neo 3?
Oh, not yet.
Because it shows friends who play and it's just you.
Oh, it failed to download.
It's weird.
I have to make space for it.
Never mind, it's not weird. Alright, now I can finally play what I intended to play. Probably not as long as I could have. Hold on. There's nobody there to try to revoke my Nioh cred. Just because I didn't beat the demo. It's like, whatever. Like, it really, honestly, to me, it only matters when it's like the whole game. That's it. God damn it. I see. Makes you so hot. It's gonna get loud. Or not? What, is it not working? Where's the screen? Okay, that's not right. What the fuck? a different kind of PS2 problem. It's not. It's not displaying it. I wonder if because of the HDMI is kind of hot. All of them PS5 games. Trying to play them on my PS5 and it struggles. There it goes. Hopefully that updates properly, and then is that too big? I gotta adjust it on my end too. And what the fuck? Okay, never mind. What is my monitor doing? God damn it, so far. I had my headphones off for that whole intro and I can still hear it really loud. And I don't even see an option to adjust the volume. Fuck. Reloaded now. I do. Wait, hold on. Oh my god. That was close. I was worried this was one of the games where I used my actual name to name my character, and it wasn't. It's been some time. First, I must express my relief at seeing your face once again. I remember vividly the forces that threatened the capital's future. The Soulless Army. Created by a demon possessing the body of an unfortunate young girl. It was you who stepped in, defeating both the army and the demon. We have you to thank for your bravery in stopping the threat. To show our gratitude, allow us to bestow upon you this gift. Summoner badge. Kind of, she just recaps it and pretty much telling me what I'm getting for loading my save in the first game. To summarize that. Tony?
Yeah.
You can hear the game, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just make sure. If you told me no, like right now, I would've been like, one son of a bitch, just delete the VOD.
Now I'm concerned. Let me change my let me adjust my audio settings.
Well, no, I'm looking at the audio and like, well, the bar, the mixer, I see it going. Yeah, it's just not bad to check, especially since I changed game. I just don't want it to fuck up.
No, I got you.
Just make sure you hit the drum beat. Oh boy, no voices. I have to read everything. Yay. You survived the grueling training at Kuzunoa Village and gained the means to combat darkness. As well, you have earned the name of one of the 4 great summoners of the Kuzunoa clan. The right to be called Raido is yours. We again welcome our young cohort, Raido Kuzunoa, the 14th. We are grateful that you chose to return to Kuzunoa Village after your assignment was complete. The purpose of this examination is for the Kuzunoa clan to witness your progress as a summoner. We ask you to take this matter seriously, Raido Kuzunoa, the 14th. First, swear anew your allegiance to the clan. Shout your true name, that you may leave it behind. Roar it loudly, let it echo through this hall, and disappear. I wonder if it'll just default. No, okay. It'd be like a miracle. It's not magical to have one person know what this name is, where it's from. Kazuma Magari. We have borne witness to your loyalty to the clan, Kazuma Magari. Judging by the ferocity of your declaration, you should have no difficulty performing your duties. We look forward to seeing what you will accomplish, Raido Kuzunoa the 14th. Now then, the time has come to assign you to a new mission. So, listen well. We of the Kuzunoa clan have worked to ensure this country's peace since the Heian era. Our duty continues in the current Taisho area, in which we work to ensure our nation's prosperity. As agents of the Yatagarasu, we work to protect the country's tranquility. Our orders from the Yatagarasu are now to defeat any demons that would harm the hearts of the people. Without a peaceful populace, the country has no hope of remaining prosperous. For the good of this country, you must destroy the demons who seek to upset that peace. that is a sacred trust given to the Kuzunoa clan. That concludes the preliminary portion of the meeting, Rito Kuzunoa the 14th. Now the examination shall begin with the ritual of battle. This ritual is similar to a true combat situation, allowing you to demonstrate your skill to us. We shall soon see whether you have kept up with your daily training or not. The ritual of battle is a serious affair. A young Kuzunoa such as yourself will need a mentor. We have heard such an assistance for this ritual. Come forth.
I'm gonna get up for the night.
Okay.
Night.
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 He left right before the cat shows up. Goto Doji. It's a black cat too, just like his. A small black cat walked up to Rito. Kazuma Magari. We meet again. Must be fate for us to work together. I remember hearing his voice for the first time, officially. And it's crazy deep. You remember me, I'm sure. I'm your old Goto Doji. Sounds a little formal, though. I think I prefer if you just called me Goto from now on. You don't want if I call you Kazuma, do you? Good. So, Kazuma. I'm in this cat body now, but I'm a Kuzunoa too. You might call me your predecessor. They told me to be your mentor. We'll be side by side for this one again. Consider yourself lucky. You didn't forget who I am, did you, Kazuma? I remember very well. Alright, good to know. It's funny. Looking at you brings back so many memories. There's no need for a recap. I said I remembered. Well, alright then. Like when we fell through a time slip thanks to the Dark Summoner Rasputin's spell. Or the time I went to space in a rocket. I sacrificed myself to destroy the Taitsu, remember? But maybe I was gabbing too much before. I'll think about it. But from now on, I'll be watching over you. Looking forward to working together again, Kazuma. Rito Kuzunoa the 14th. Goto Doji. Let us observe the two of you working in tandem. On to the ritual of battle. Let's go, Kazuma. Follow my lead. Rito followed Goto out of the large hall and into the tutorial. Before you stretches a long corridor. You hear an ominous voice echo from somewhere. This is the Kuzunoa training hall, where the Kuzunoa clan comes to hone their skills. Here in this hall, we keep demons that are under our control. When you proceed forward, you will encounter these demons. You must defeat them using the skills you have learned. You go forth until you defeat the final demon at the end of the hall. Rito Kuzunoa the 14th and Goto Doji. Though we consider this an exercise, the demons will use their full power to end your lives. You must act as you would in a true battle. Demonstrate your skill for us. Now his voice fell silent. This is much better than listening to those lectures. I always did like this part of the progress exams best. Alright, Kazuma. This is pretty simple. The demons are up ahead and you have to fight them. If you need hints, I'm here to help. Bask in your good luck and having me by your side. Remember, the goal is to get to the other end of the hall and reach that final demon. Let's get this ritual started, Kazuma. I can't open any menus. But first, a simple test. Let's see if you have kept your sword fighting skills sharp. Don't think about it too much. Just a little whirl of combat to get your feet wet. If you got the instructions you need. Are you ready? Alright then, let's see what you can do. I died. You're one skinny summoner. I'll train you up good. See if you can cut through my thick skin. Ooh. More of them. Very good. Now proceed onward. Using the soul as a medium, an echoing voice instructs you on combat strategies. Oh, I don't. You easily pass the first test, as one would expect from Raito Kuzuno with a 14. Let's proceed on to the next test. That last tussle showed you know your way around the sword. Now, let's see if you can remember which one your trigger finger is. Good time. Taking a few rounds into your enemies is a good way to stun them. Use it wisely. I almost think I should just use a regular voice for Goto. Interesting. You're throwing a quick demon at us. Stay focused, Kazuma. Can do the D-Force right. At least what I'm trying to do. Hi, let's play tag. If you can't catch me, use that gun to make it easier for you. Remember, you asked for it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I really just did that. Well, the obvious one. Strength. As one would expect from Protector of the Capital, a lowly demon like that should pose no problem for you. Let's proceed to the next test. This opponent will not be easy. As easy. I'm glad to see you still know your way around a firearm, Kazuma. How are you at defending yourself? You have serious responsibilities as a Kuzunoa, and it's hard to carry them out if you're dead. So always keep the basics of defense in mind while fighting. Yes, I performed those two actions already. The game isn't so... Ooh! Keep your eyes wide open. I feel a bit embarrassed. Carefully to see, dodge, and block. Let's do that. Holy shit. I'm done.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Very good. Now proceed on. Oh, hey. Another test already? Far from it. I am your ally. I am the skilled order demon known as Tom Ling. I am here to assist you during these examinations. I am your ally. A demon at your disposal. You'll help us get used to the whole devil summoning part of the job. From here on out, as your title of Devil Summoner suggests, you'll be commanding demons. So then, my master, I await your command. Or rather, I would, but I'm unsure if you can truly take advantage of my power to the fullest. I shall judge for myself in battle. You don't give your demons specific commands, they'll just use strike attacks. They can do much more than that. Take advantage of the skills to end battles quickly. That should be all the instructions you need. You ready? Also should be to control your demons. We begin now. And it's over. And I leveled up. Very good. Now proceed on. Two more. One small thing, sir. I must tell you something before our next battle. For we demons use our abilities require a portion of your mag. It is part of the contract between devil summoners and the demons. I've heard it called magnetite too, but that makes sense. Oh, I said before we go too far, Cosma. Here. Oh, here are the ins and outs of mag. When either you or your demons use powerful skills, you use up some mag. If you are not a mag, you'll be facing big problems in battle. If your mag is depleted, you can drain some mag from enemies. Drain the lifeline enemies is poison. You strike enemies with the demon skills to stun the enemy. Yes. Oh, whoop. If you're too stingy with your mag, you'll find yourself having problems in battle. By striking your enemy's weak spots, you can drain their mag and use as many demon skills as you want. That should be all the instructions you need. Are you ready? Whew. The next foe's about to arrive. Are you ready? Well, I just said yes. I do sense a hostile presence closing in. This time they're going to transform us. Cute. Oh my god. It's Jack Frost. Yo. Yoo-hoo, I'm the demon teacher. Oh. Hit my weak spot to steal some heat mag from me. Oh. Let's get it all over at once. second wave. Demon skills are powerful, but they consume mana. If you use your magical fighting, your demons can use these skills more often. And then some of them you can set to repeat them. So you run out of mana. Or just like do something else. And then he's gonna use that next fight. Very good. Now proceed onward. We're into the final test now. For this battle, I'll teach you a new summoning technique. Puts a lot of stress on the summoner, so it's not used very often, but it allows you to summon 2 demons at once. You'll feel the strain, but the results speak for themselves. Now, I think you're ready for it. So I'll unlock the dual summoning spell for you, Kazuma. But it won't do much good without a second demon to command. Good thing for you, we've already taken care of that. Your new demon should be here any second. Smile, won't you? We got a real beauty for you. You're getting to be about the age where you prefer a female demon anyways, right, Kazuma? Okay. Of course I would! Ha! You'd say that to my face, would you? That sort of honesty is refreshing. I see. Well, it doesn't really matter if you choose your demon based on their strengths or their looks. What matters is if you know how to command them. Quiet, please. Something's approaching. Thanks for waiting. Are you the summoner I'm supposed to help out? Kazuma, it's here. Oh, baby. Jorogumo? What is that monstrosity in here I've been secretly hoping for? Some welcome. Well, I had my eyes on the human anyways. Just as I thought, the more I look at you, the more handsome you get, Mr. Summoner. If you ditch these two, I'll be more than just your demon. I'll be your personal companion. I'll use my charms to keep you close till the day you die. Sir, my dear. Don't be fooled. There's... I'm the one who sent to aid you. My name is Alran, and I'm a Frostwinter beauty. Now I'm cross. Having man taken right from under me? Oh well, not really, it's a younger man, but I'll be yours. Just this once. Oh, you're spoiling my fun. I thought I could finally catch myself a good man. You know I'm the last test. With base here, right? At first I thought I'd go easy on you. But I've changed my mind. I've really fallen for you, and there's no way I'm letting you out of my lair. You're mine. All mine. What a creepy cradle robber, like something out of a nightmare. Things get hairy, Mr. Summoner. And looking at her, I don't see how they couldn't. Ask me to heal you. I'll patch up any nasty bruises she gives you. And then I, for my part, shall focus on offense. I've come to quite enjoy fighting by your side. Apart from dual summoning, I don't have anything else left to teach you. Remember everything you showed me in the other battles and send this last demon packing. After I get rid of the riffraff, I'll take you to my home, sweet one. Just do that. Wrong button again. I meant to shoot. Have your demon dodge, you can either call your demon to life. Okay, I remember that. Oh, how exciting! The thrill of battle is even greater when I'm cornered! Damn. Heal yourself. Not only are you handsome, right on the 14th, you're powerful. I've been bound by the threads of love. All strength for now. Nice work. Even though it was your first time commanding 2 demons at once, you managed to beat Jotoguma without falling for her trick. I'm proud to have you as the next generation of Raito. Here in the Ritual of Battle, you use the demons we prepared, but in the real world, you'll have to use demons you recruit yourself. We can talk more about that later. I've noticed you have a save file of Devil Summoner 1. You will encounter demons you've recruited from that game soon. I do hate to interrupt, but this is where we part ways. I was only to aid you through the Ritual of Battle, so... Oh, just when I was getting to like having you around, maybe I could stay with you, just for a little while. Maybe not. Though our time together was short, I was impressed by your resolve. I look forward to serving under you again. I, Tamlin, will gladly sacrifice myself for you. Until we meet again. It was an ordeal, but it was worth it to work with such a promising young man. Whether it's through negotiation or fusion, I might be yours again sometime. Keep an eye out for me, okay? Remember, the name's Alrane. Come see me again. That concludes the Ritual of Battle. Raito Kuzunoha the 14th and Goto Doji, return to us. We have observed your countless acts of valor. Goto Doji. Listening? Your encouragement and sage advice for Raito was magnificent. I'm not used to such high praise. But sure, I'll take it. Now then, Raito Kuzunoha the 14th and Goto Doji, we have a message from the Yatagarasu to impart to you. Our orders are to send a Kuzunoha to assist in the protection of a certain area of the country. Currently, they request a Kuzunoha in the capital to assume responsibility for its safety. Of the capital? Had you performed poorly in the Ritual of Battle, Raito Kuzunoha the 14th, we have relieved you of your current post as the capital's protector. However, your mastery of 2 demons at once and your performance in the ritual shows that we need not to worry. Raito Kuzunoha the 14th, Goto Doji. As members of the Kuzunoha clan, your orders are to resume your duty as the capital's protectors. The capital, huh? The most important place in the country. That's the kind of assignment I like. For further details, goddamn. For further details, visit the Yatagarasu representative in the capital. If there's no further business to discuss, we will draw this meeting to a close. Raito Kuzuno, the 14th, and Goto Doji. Let the ritual of ending commence. Perform the ceremonial clapping. Lend us your hands. Thus do we pray for this nation's eternal tranquility and health, and the capital's continued glory. Oh. So be it. The meeting dictated by Kuzunoa tradition is at an end. Shall we be off, Kazuma? To the land we're sworn to protect. The capital. Raito and Goto left the large sacred hall with the 3 pines. Goto led Raito to a lonely, out-of-the-way shrine. It's been a while since you and me came out to Shinoda, hasn't it, Kazuma? Looks like the nameless shrine hasn't changed one bit. I'm sure you don't need the refresher course, Kazuma, but you remember why this itty-bitty shrine out in the middle of nowhere is so important, right? That's how devil summoners are able to stay in contact with the Yatagarasu. You can bet your bottom yen we'll be seeing a lot of this place. We'll hash out the details later. I'll let you know what we need to do once it comes up. For now, Kazuma, just go. Go ahead and give that bell a shake, Kazuma. I can do it myself, but it's on the long list of things you can't do without opposable thumbs. Raito rang the bell inside the shrine. The bell resounded through the area. A hooded woman suddenly appeared in front of Raito. I serve the Yatagarasu, those who ensure this nation's continued tranquility and prosperity. You know me as their herald. Ah, Goto Doji, we meet again. I brought another familiar face. Remember Kazuma? He'll be working with you again. We thank you for traveling to this nameless shrine. I heard out in Kuzunoa village that the capital's in some hot water. All is as Yatagarasu wills it. Though yes, we have need of your assistance once more. We have received word from the Yatagarasu that there is turbulence within the capital. If it's enough to give even the Yatagarasu pause. This is serious. We have sensed a strange intrusion into the capital, but we aren't able to pinpoint its source. The Yatagarasu are in agreement that Kuzunoa's help would be necessary to resolve the situation. Raito Kuzunoa the 14th, and you as well, Goto Doji, this is your assignment. Find the source of the disturbance in the capital, and destroy it. The source of the capital and the source of the disturbance in the capital. This will not be a short or easy operation. Hence, we have procured a base of operations for you. You will carry out this work from Yaraiku, the capital. Specifically, from a location in Sukuro-cho district of Yarakahu. Oh my goodness, reading all of this. I need to drink some water. Specifically from a location in the Sukuro-cho district of Yaraku. A friend of the Yatagarasu resides there. Sukuro-cho in Yaraku? I think I see where this is going. As Goto Doji has already surmised, you shall stay with Narumi, detective agency in Sukuro-cho. Its founder has consented to its use as your base of operations. He is one known to the Yatagrasu and to you. He will aid you in this task. In the name of the Yatagrasu, we entrust the fate of the capital to you. Much is expected of you, Raido Kuzunoa the 14th. The Narumi Detective Agency in Sukuro Cho. Him again, huh? I have fond memories of the guy, but I don't know about this. Oh well, I have to say, it's been a while since our last team up. I'm sure he's matured, right? Come on, Cosmo. Let's head over to Sukuro Cho and pay a visit to the Narumi Detective Agency. I could overwrite the first one, because obviously I didn't beat it. But I could just leave it. As it's just like a reference of when I pass it. Eventually I'll overwrite the first save, once I actually get past that part. Actually, I mean, I'll be right back. I'm back. And ready to continue the game. Stop the Freckles baby's wail. Take from the earth the moon so pale. Feed the baby his Nioh frail. Get a poem. Maine, the sky is watching you. When the sky is pierced right through, you will sleep at great moss bosom too. I can't read that. Schoolgirls are talking. Did you hear about the girl who returned all the lost wallets? I heard she actually goes to our school. Oh, that 13 wallets in one day story? She turned them all in to the police, didn't she? She's the saint. Although, I bet she also got a pretty big reward. If she got even 10% of the amount she found. 13 wallets in one day. I wonder how many shortcakes a girl could buy with that kind of dough. Now I'm jealous. No one's luck is that good. But on the other hand, that means there were 13 other people, all of them who lost their wallets. 13 people losing their wallets in the same neighborhood, all in one day? I don't think anyone's luck is that bad either. I thought I'd do the modern thing and get some bread at the department store on a day off. So there I was in the cafeteria line, ready to order when I suddenly got a whopper of a bellyache. Of all the luck, huh? It might not have been as bad as you think. Didn't you see the paper this morning? Something terrible happened at the cafeteria. A cook accidentally dropped a button into the dough. The customer ate that roll had to be carted off to the hospital. Golly, so that could have been me, laid up in the hospital. Well, I guess it was a lucky thing I had that stomach ache in time, huh? Say, since you're here, would you like some ice? Maybe so. My throat's parched from talking so much. I'll take 2. No, I don't want any. What? Why ever not? Cause there's a button inside it. Silly boy. I guess I'm unlucky after all. This building, it must be the place. The Narumi Detective Agency. More poems. It's the same as the last one. Oh, the first one, I mean. Don't let the feral baby cry. Ma'll cut you to shreds and you'll die. Okay, never mind, it's different. Ma'll rip you apart and you will die. It's been a few days since the two of us got the word at Kuzunoa village to protect the capital. In order for us devil summoners to do our duty, we have basic necessities like lodgings and a base of operations, which the Yatagarasu arranged for us, and arranges them in style. This Ginrokaku building is the biggest and newest in Tsukudocho. A lot of swanky outfits fill those offices, and the Narumi Detective Agency here is one of them. We'll be living with an agent of the Yatagarasu. It comes with the territory. Which means Yatagarasu will always have an eye on us. I worried about Kazuma at first, but... Then again, and I probably should have mentioned this already, I doubt this agent will give us any trouble. What's with that stare, Goto? Oh, I see. You've finally taken a shine to me, haven't you? I have a natural way with animals and ladies. Don't just stand there, Raito. Come over here with Goto. I made some coffee. Why don't we all have a drink together? It's my own special Narumi blend. It's good to see the three of us working together again. Let's have a toast to our reunion. A coffee toast. Hey, Raito. You probably don't know this, but you can relax here. Sure, I've got orders from the Yatagarasu to watch over you, but... You're still young, and you've been training as a summoner at Kuzunoa Village ever since you were a tyke. I'm just here to make sure you don't fall in with the wrong crowd out here in the big, bad world. But hey, you never caused me any trouble, and my philosophy is a man's job should be fun. No need to stand straight up like a ramrod, is what I mean. Just sit back. Loosen up. Sorry, but I'm gonna have a bite before we start. Break time here is whenever you feel like it. No need to worry about any clients busting in. It's the middle of the day, see? Now then. Headlines haven't changed much since yesterday. Every article in this rag's moaning about good luck and bad luck. This luck stuff is some kind of fad. Oh wow, that was questionable. Yeah. This luck stuff, is it some kind of fad? I don't know if that's the sound of paper crumpling or him biting damn toast. Probably newspaper. Hey now, listen to this one, Raito. blimp goes down in flames. It's a strange one. Here, I'll read it to you. Let's see. Halfway through the flight, the pilot started on his lunch. His main squeezed me. He dropped his umeboshi, and when he went to pick it up, his elbow hit the pressure gauge. The blimp went down in flames, but the pilot survived with some pretty bad burns, though. Should we chalk this one up to an unlucky break that came as a pure coincidence? Or should we be happy that the fella survived such a dangerous situation? I can't tell if this guy was lucky or unlucky. My own take on the story is that the pilot was to blame. Didn't anyone ever teach him you shouldn't eat while you're doing something? Righto, make sure you learn from his mistake, okay? As far as anyone out there knows, you're my apprentice. So make sure you're nice and polite to everyone you meet. Or they'll get the wrong idea about me, okay? Now then, that butter on my toast ought to be nice and melted by now. A modern sort like me has toast for lunch, see? We gotta keep up with the news, though. Well, nothing wrong with a little reading while I eat. Look, I'm a grown man. I've got things to do. It's okay for me. Do as I say, not as I do. Got it? Damn. And I landed butter side down on his pants. Chapter 1. Enigmatic Woman. Another dame's shown up to the Nioh Detective Agency. This one isn't so hysterical, but she's an odd duck. Narumi changed into some pants that were less covered in butter and got down to business with her. Me? I'm still wondering about that strange bug. But right now, the dame has a case to lay out for us. Now there's a fine way to greet a lady. Butter all over my slacks. Some luck. But with that out of the way, it's time we had a little chat about your requests. Miss Narita, was it? Miss Akane Narita. There's a man you want us to find? It's urgent. You understand. It must be done quickly. Well, no need to waste shoe leather coming out here. If you need a man found, I recommend the police. I couldn't. I don't want there to be a big to-do. Hey, Righto. What do you think about all this? Is it just me, or does something smell funny here? A mysterious dame all grown up comes looking for a man? Seems like Penny Antsy love affair stuff to me. I don't think we should take it, do you? You should take it. Well, of course, the dame looks serious, and I want to play it sweet too, you know? But love affairs, I have a strict rule on those. It's between the guy and the girl, not me. I can't stay long here. A little down payment. It's yours. Now, see here, Miss Narita. I never agreed to take this. Wait a comp. Is this down payment or the entire wad? You're giving me all this? I've never employed a detective. I have no idea what your type costs. If it's not enough, say the word. Righto, fix our guest some coffee and make it snappy. She's come all the way to this way to see us. And just so you know, it wasn't the money that swung me. Let's be clear on that. As she talked about the job more, I started twigging. Our Miss Akane is the only daughter of that Narita, as in Hitasuke Narita, councilman in the Diet. He's the standing chairman of the finance committee. Every cent this nation has flows through him. You do something nice for a dame like that, and who knows what kind of doors that might open for you. Jesus Christ. It's always when it gets later at night when I start messing it all up. Goodness, look at the time. Well, thank you for the coffee. I'll be going now. I hope you can find him. No wonder I kind of refused to go to the police. A dame in her position? She's got to mind her father's career. Either that or this is still a love affair and not one that Daddy's wild about. I mean, look at the guy. This is a photo she showed me. She said the fellow's name is Don. Kind of shady character, wouldn't you say? Somehow I don't see him as the honest living type. Maybe I should have thought twice about this. A lady's one thing, but poking after a brute like him? Got a whopper of a headache. Righto, I'll let you handle this. Now then, I think we'll tag along on this hunt for the missing Dawn. I'm worried about something. Have you noticed it, Kazuma? Lately, I feel like luck has been coming up in conversations around the capital way too much. Not only that, everyone's luck seems out of whack. The lucky ones get really lucky, while the unlucky ones, well, it's too hard to shake off as a simple coincidence. I want to see what's going on with my own eyes. Your sleuthing skills might be rusty right now, Righto, so remember, the first step is to ask around. Do some legwork and have patience. Make sure you listen to what the man on the street has to... Ah! My pants! I better get a wet rag on or those stains won't come out. Figures I had to land put her side down. Talk about your bad luck. Naomi's got the right idea. I'll come with you, Righto. You've got the sword, but I've got the pen. Behold, my detective's notebook. Even though a while ago it said, can't do things without opposable thumbs, I can still write in a notebook. Goto pulled out a small pen and notebook from between his collar. Taking the pen in his mouth, Goto definitely wrote something down in the notebook. Goto entered Dawn as the subject in the notebook. Under the subject heading of Dawn, Goto added an entry about who is Dawn. Excellent penmanship, if I say so myself. We'll be putting this notebook to good use during the investigation. Anything you find out that seems important, I'll jot it down here. You'll be able to crack it open anytime you need to. Luck is on your side today, having such an avid writer for a mentor. Well, if you're set, let's get this caper started. We might be able to pick up some clues from the people outside. Let's you and me go ask around if anyone's seen Dawn. Narumi's applying a rag to his pants sleeves. Save. I game. It's almost an hour into the game, and it's. I mean, it's standard for RPGs to just be like that. That you, Righto? Sorry, I've got my hands full here. If you're stuck, you might get some help from the man on the street. Just stick with it. These butter stains are sure are sticking to my pants. Speaking of, some luck I have. If you don't know what to do next, I'm always here to help. Just you go to him? No one else to talk to? Kazuha? What a coincidence. You come up here to relax too? I just had something in my mind. I come up here to clear my mind sometimes too. I guess I might as well spill it. You see, when Akane was down at the detective agency, I saw this tiny gold bug. It came right up to Narumi, and unless I was seeing things, bug's face open. I knew right away something was wrong and tried to pounce on it, but I already missed the thing. Sent Narumi's lunch flying. Oh, sorry to ramble. You ought to be looking out for this damn Don character. Let's get this investigation started, Cosmo. I don't really think I'm gonna keep going. Like, I spent so long playing that demo. I kind of want to just like stop here for the night. Two weeks though. 2 weeks to finish this before the remaster, and I'm talking like I'm gonna buy it. I really want to. I mean, I really want to get the game. But whatever. At the very least, I got like most of the tutorial out of the way. There's still more, but glad I did that. Alright, I'm going now. Good night.